مثل iKURD وناصر، حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر وهيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد، يا نابو يا ولد، يا نابو يا ولد، يا نابو لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Welcome everybody to PMPL PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. It is Super Weekend 3 Day 1, and casting today is me, Span Cargo, and with me is Professor Tarzan. We're really excited to go on ahead and watch these games today, but Tarzan, what do you have to say just right off the bat going in?
Well, good luck is what I'm going to say, first of all, because it's the first time, I think, in this season Super PMPL Arabia that we do not have a day off between the league play and the Super Weekend. So we did say that we were a little bit concerned when it comes to, the problem of fatigue, whether they have enough time for preparation and all that stuff. So, just a sincere good luck to these teams. We just want to see some very, very good games.
Exactly. And speaking of the teams, let's go on ahead and take a look at who exactly is competing today in the Super Weekend, because as we know, league play makes it so that only the top 16 teams make it through. And we can see here that it is unfortunately Road to Glory, Revolution Sites, and KURD Esports that are not making it into this Super Weekend. But everybody else is going to be competing. Who specifically are you looking at anybody specifically, Tarzan?
Interesting, right? I'd say ABIAH Esports with U1 because they did exceptionally well in the third week of league play, but when it comes to the Super Weekend table, they've only gotten 60 points because they missed one Super Weekend. So right now they are at 19th place, but the teams around them have basically got eliminated, right? So we've got Sites, Revolution, Road to Glory, kind of in that bottom floor alongside ABIAH Esports, but they won't be making it into this last one. So essentially out of the tournament, I would say. So ABIAH, after a decent week 3, let's see how much points they can cash back.
Very true. And let's actually take a look at how many points everybody has so we can see just how far they actually have to jump. Starting off, of course, with our first page, which is Galaxy Racer in that first place position so far with 388 points. That is 100 more points than the team in second, which is RICO Infinity Team. I'm kind of curious to see if anybody is going to be able to catch up to Galaxy Racer at this point. But then, of course, we have a lot of these other teams that have a decent amount of points, a ton, keeping them in these top 8 positions for now. But one of the teams that we already pointed out that's not playing is KURD Esports. Didn't make it into this last Super Weekend, so I'm also curious to see if they're going, just how far other teams are going to be able to jump above them, or if they're going to be able to stay in a safe position.
Well, it really depends on whether they have these big games, big weeks, right? Like FalconsEsport, they had 38 points span in the first week of Super Weekend, got 214 in the second one, now sitting in 4th place. So some of these teams can maybe do that type of style if they can actually deliver, and then we can really shake things up. And K12, I think they should be somewhat safe. Span, we just go back to like older stats, but the issue would be that they didn't get those chicken dinner money, right? That is a very good chunk of a boost right there. But second page in, I'd say YaLLa Esports would be a team that we're looking at, because out of all the teams that played 30 games, of course, they played 29, so they missed one game, but also just kind of second from the bottom alongside the other teams that played both Super Weekends.
And it looks like only 10 points is what is separating 8th and 9th place. And then, of course, a lot of other teams are really close together. It looks like another little shelf there between 9th and 10th. But then on to our last page. We already talked about it. Sites Revolution Road to Glory, unfortunately not in this Super Weekend, but ABIAH Esports is. So currently in 19th place with 60 total points. They have to go on ahead and catch up to 86 points to get out of this bottom 4. 4. So they're in the Super Weekend, though. That means they have the opportunity to go on ahead and do so if they play their games well, which 15 matches, I feel like that's going to be doable, Tarzan.
Yeah, like now that I look at the chart again, Span, like there's certain things that we do not need to put so much effort into the storyline. I feel like we just need to eliminate one team, the bottom one team out of these 16, right? Because these three are out already. The top 16 will play the final, so that bit of the storyline is done. But of course, we have always the hype of momentum, all that stuff. Whether they can play the best game, talking about Galaxy Racer, yes, 100-point lead in the Super Weekend points, but they didn't have a very good league play. When we just look at the table, just according to every single bit of detail, 16 players coming in, so they could be dangerous. But of course, there is a good 20 plus points to buffer that. So not the huge thing, but for this team, that is the issue. And of course, as always, Super Weekend is money time. So survival will be important. If right now the overall points won't be as important, especially for the top team. So it will be about the ability to win games.
And winning those games. We'll talk about the prize pool in a second, but of course, there we are on the last Super Weekend, the 25th. We have 2 more days after today, and then you already said at the top 16, we'll move on to that grand finals happening only 2 days later. So don't have to wait for too long to see the conclusion or continue to see the action of these teams. But as we said, it's all about those points to go on ahead and make sure that these teams are going to be able to make it that far. And it's the same point distribution. At this point, everybody should be used to it. They know that if they get a first place, that's 15 points. And of course, second, 12, third, 10. Just obviously, you want to stay alive as long as possible, get these placement points, because if you go out too early, it's not that many points at all. And of course, 1 kill, 1 point. And going into this, we do know that some teams have different play styles in getting those points. I kind of want to see something a little bit different, but it's always because they want to get towards this prize pool, 150,000 total prize pool. And okay, I'm just skipping all the way to the winner chicken dinners. Every Super Weekend, every win, the team gets $1,000. And right now, Galaxy Racer has 7, Tarzan. 7.
Yes. And last season, we casted them as well. We witnessed them getting themselves 9, right? So it was week 1, I believe, that they got 4. So they slowed down a little bit, getting 3 last week. And now they need to bounce back stronger. Maybe they can make it to double digit. We don't know yet, but we sure hope to see that.
Definitely do. And of course, as if they stay in the top 16, they'll move on to finals and get a part of that other prize pool as well. So a lot of opportunity to go around. And let's take a look at the schedule for today's games. Of course, these teams are going to be playing 5 matches, and this is our map rotation. We're going to start off on Erangel, then move to the deserts of Miramar before going back to Erangel. We're going to go ahead and get a little splash of aggressive action on Sanhok. And then our very last one, we're going to finish up on Erangel once again for day 1 of this Super Weekend. So of course, a lot of maps is going to provide a variety of gameplay for these teams. And honestly, I mean, we already kind of touched on it. I kind of want to see just how many more games that Galaxy Racer are going to be able to achieve. And okay, Tarzan, out of all of these, what do you think Galaxy Racer will have the most opportunity to win? Like, do they have a specific map that they strive on, or is it just any map at this point?
Okay, you know what? Yes, like historically, any map, like statistically true, right? But the problem would be the way that they've been playing the past 8 games. I think that's the key issue right now. Macro game, when it comes to tempo, for some reason, the early to mid game is just a little bit lacking, right? It's like looking a little bit scary or whatnot. So, man, it's very hard to predict right now, but if they can just play their usual style, they should be able to get wins on like all the maps. Of course, like Erangel being more important right here for all these 15 games, these 3 days. So really an open question right now. I think I haven't gotten a chance to speak with any of the players or managements or whatnot. Like I mentioned this point as well yesterday. They are the only team that I feel like they can claim that they are testing something. That's why the results that we were seeing, and I can still believe them, right? But the issue is always about getting into maybe bad habits. Like if you are testing a style that you may not excel at, and then you have to revert to your back like old style, you may be a little bit out of practice. So many school of thoughts. I think we just need to watch these 15 games and see.
Yeah, and then the other two teams I feel like I'm going to keep an eye on to see if they're going to kind of give the Galaxy Racer a run for their chicken dinner money is, in my opinion, RICO Infinity Team and Falcons Esports, because they're the next two teams that have the highest amount of chicken dinners for each. But of course, we're going to be getting into the action very soon, but let's go ahead and jump onto a tiny bit of a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Mr. D. Like this.
New Royale Pass version. Royale Pass month now available. So what's changed with RPM? Let's go through it together. First, the duration has been adjusted. Royale Pass month seasons have been reduced from 2 months to 1 month, meaning that you'll see new and different RP content every month. It also means you'll no longer have to wait 2 months if you don't like the current RPM rewards. Perhaps next month's RP rewards will better suit your taste. Also, the level cap has been cut in half from 100 to 50 to coincide with the shortened Royal Pass month seasons, meaning that shorter RPM seasons will not impact leveling or collecting rewards. You should pay attention to the RP missions. There will be some bonus RP point events that will allow you to accumulate more RPM points and level up quicker in the next season. Second, rewards have been adjusted. The new Royale Pass month will have better rewards than before. In the past, Elite Pass holders could only choose one of 2 legendary outfits when they reached max level. In the new version, Elite Pass holders receive both outfits when they reach max level. What's more, we've also adjusted the number of outfits available and added weapon finishes, vehicle finishes, airplane finishes, parachutes, emotes, and other commercialized items in the new version. These adjustments will definitely add value to your Royal Pass month. Free Pass holders also get a rewards boost. Now, Free Pass holders will get rewards for every level up, including outfits and weapon finishes. Free Pass holders will also have a chance to receive RP vouchers worth 60 UC to use when purchasing their next Elite Pass. In the past, players receive rewards worth 30,000 UC when reaching max level in the Royale Pass over 2 months. With the update to Royale Pass month, players will now receive rewards worth 40,000 UC when reaching max level over 2 months. That's a 33% increase in value. Finally, the price has been adjusted. We adjusted the pricing of Royale Pass month, along with other changes. Elite Pass has been reduced from 600 UC to 360 UC, and Elite Pass Plus has been reduced from 1800 UC to 960 UC. You may be wondering why the new price isn't 300 UC. Let us show you step by step how to participate in Royale Pass month forever with just 300 UC, while earning UC in the process. First, you'll need to get RP vouchers. Free Pass holders receive a 60 UC RP voucher at level 30. The voucher can be used to deduct 60 UC for the next RPM. If you reinvest the 360 UC received into the next season, you'll have a free Elite Pass Plus 60 UC every month. Now that's a stable income. You can also follow and join our RP pre-order events to get even more discounts and earn more rewards. Overall, the new Royale Pass month is more flexible and affordable, while providing more than before and offering more rewards. Have we piqued your interest? What are you waiting for? Get started now with the Royale Pass month.
Welcome back, Tarzan and Span here. Gotta go ahead and give a shout out to Oppo really quickly before we get into the match. Upgrade your performance and with upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa esports in 2021. So we already talked about the map rotation for today, Tarzan. We're starting off on Erangel. At this point, these teams definitely should know how to play this match with that map knowledge. And I already asked you about a couple of teams, specifically Galaxy Racer. You said that you want to keep an eye on ABIAH and so on. Is there anything else about these teams specifically going into Erangel that we need to keep an eye on?
You know, I want to mention one team in particular because Raad had the huge 2 days, I would say, in that last league play. So the past 2 days been vital for them. 91 points, ranking first out of all these 20 teams, but they haven't had any, good games, I would say, in the Super Weekend. They can actually get eliminated at the side of ABIAH, actually continue with that rampage as well of theirs. And Raad, we talk about how they got some points yesterday, started with certain, sneaky plays, I would say, should I say just well set up and thought out, maybe dropping close to YaLLa around South Georgia or whatnot. But those areas are usually more contested when there are more teams in that particular lobby. So that exact strategy can't be applicable right now because Super Weekend Span is the same 16 teams for 15 games. So the type of preparation is entirely different.
Exactly. From the past Super Weekends, from this league play, these teams should know exactly how the other teams play. They should know exactly where they like to drop, how they tend to rotate their usual gameplay. It's week 3 at this point, day 1 of the last Super Weekend. These teams, there should be no more surprises. So especially now that there is no rotating, anything that could have been unknown or anything that could have been chaotic is basically eliminated. I mean, maybe it's going to be a little bit shaky coming into this first match, but at this point I feel like it should be basically over with in that point. And actually I find it interesting that you brought up those couple of teams because I also wrote down 3 teams that I specifically want to keep an eye on. Is because of their past performances, but then specifically their performances from the league play the past 2 days. One is Raad because they are in that 15th place position overall for Super Weekend, but they were able to come into this last Super Weekend from first place. So I feel like there might be on a little bit of a roll, but same with ABIAH, currently in 19th place. They got second in the league play yesterday. So both those teams, I think, kind of figured it out, but they haven't quite figured out Super Weekend yet. So since they're able to roll from league play now in Super Weekend, I'm curious to see if maybe they have a little bit more confidence or what exactly is going through their minds and see if they have any differences in how they play. The last one is YaLLa as well, because we know at this point that they do great during league play days. They always get towards the top. Yeah. They finished this last one in 3rd, but unfortunately they're only in 11th place overall for the Super Weekends. So those 3 teams, I have high expectations for them.
I'll memorize it for you. I think I can completely agree with those as well. Like YaLLa, they had their rough patches, and a very, very long tradition for this team as well in this region. Let's see whether they can bounce back. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is game 1 of the last Super Weekend. PMPL Arabia. This is going to be intense, Span. We talk about a lot of money on the line as well for Super Weekend.
Oh, definitely. And it looks like it's unfortunately starting off a little bit south, a little bit down, and that the plane path is starting right to the side of Gyaka, ending by Novo. That means a lot of these teams aren't really going to be able to spread out, and that might affect their first rotations. I'm a little bit scared to see when that first circle pops here, Tarzan, that if it's super far away, I mean, all these teams are basically already on top of each other. How's that going to play out?
I don't know, but you know what? I find this extremely interesting. This is the exact playing path, kind of exact, not exact, you get what I mean, highly similar to what we had in Game 4 yesterday on Miramar. And I still was thinking, right, yesterday, only if Falcons was playing in this one, because they've always gone to Yasnaya, then they need to adapt, right? Here we go, they are in this one, and we need to see how they take this one into their pocket. I mean, this circle once again extremely similar to what we had yesterday. So a congested western side. Some teams can decide to go on to the eastern part a little bit earlier to avoid some action, but also it will be about first getting those vehicles, right? Look at Ruins area and Gatka Fields looking so congested. Falcons won to take the southern island because Revolution is out, military base is open. Lusail and Falcons both won this place.
And it looks like the fight's already popping off. Lusail getting the first knock, though. Never Alone. Oh, Falcons are not going to be happy about that. Never Alone going down, but Bumpa at least will be able to get a trade come through. It looks like more is happening in that kill feed. Oh, no, another member of Falcons going to go ahead and fall. Lusail still only losing one. Last being spotted out. Ooh, looks like Rip is just hard pushing, but Falcons is able to be there and protect the teammates. I think that only means that Lusail has 2 left. There we go, trying to push onto Wanted here. Wanted is just trying to disengage, but Falcons, there we go, flushing them out, taking down the last member. Lusail Esports will in fact fall, but of course Falcons, huge hit. 2 of them are out.
Man, shotgun time, right? We love shotguns, but also
yeah.
M249 early game. That was insane. So Falcons exerted some dominance, and of course, but the thing is though, like Spam, because they had such a huge jump last week, we're not worried about them qualifying unless they did terribly, and a lot of teams, you know what, is practically impossible, right? Like we only eliminate 1 teams out of these 16. They should be in the clear. So that is, practicing some fights, practicing some cheeky plays. SK Ton, not surprised with this one. Saverni's a bit too far, so it will be about some fights that teams haven't seen them play, right? New plans, new small tactics, same old SK Ton, always fragging.
Yeah, it looks like he was able to find a gun, and oh man, iKURD triple. They wanted to go ahead and make this push and get some easy points, but unfortunately Esrod, surprise, going to be taken down. Is he going to be able to get the trade, or is this over? We can see in the distance that even more members are trying to help out for iKURD triple. Oh, he ran out of bullets. No way, he's going for the punches. Here comes his teammate as well. Okay, 2 members of RICO Infinity team trying to punch him out at this point. There we go. Guess what? No, but there he is, Kalaga. We saw him in the distance running on over to help the teammates. Will get the knock on SK Tubadana, still alive, but doesn't have a gun. That is, I mean, what else are you supposed to do? You run out of bullets, you don't have a gun. I mean, you just gotta go for the punches. Here comes the rest of the RICO Infinity team, though, trying to help out their last teammate. Kalaga is not in a good spot now, as Fidon is now here.
I mean, they can also now give, and let's just give the man a pistol, man. Like, early game, like, anything would work. Kalaga can make this work, I think, but relative high ground right here for Duncan. Use that ridgeline hilltop to rotate through, peek out on a different spot, and but yes, it is the battle of support, like I always say. I love it, and iKURD triple should expect this one from now on. Like, for the very southern circle, for the Saverni team that can't jump directly to their home, they will opt in for around these main roads, and Ruin Split, Watertown, all these parts were the place to be called home for iKURD triple, and won't be as easy from this time onwards. Every southern circle, they have to be very aware, and every Erangel game, which is a lot span, so they need to find plans B and C from now on.
Yeah.
Gliders.
Exactly. And I was laughing there because I just saw the oh man, why did it just fall out of my head? The flying thing you just roll onto screen, but it looks like RICO Infinity team are just all getting inside of the US and disengaging. I mean, Kalaga, he was laying prone in that field. Don't want to go on ahead and risk losing another member. So RICO Infinity team is just going to disengage. And honestly, them disengaging and starting to go towards the northern side of the circle where it popped, it might set them up for success later on if they get a good spot, no?
Yes, definitely. And
well,
Ali, there is literally a player in PMPL Arabia called Ali, and there we go, some Ali action, but is that even his team? Like, I think it might be KURD. So I need to go back and see it. Apologies, guys. Sometimes I just get things mixed up. And but right here, definitely not mixing up this one. Cryptics have always called this place their own, and sometimes, surprisingly, don't have enough vehicles to go into mid game, even if it's close enough to Raza. We talk about headshot heals and all that stuff. We've seen them die at least twice, running into headshot heals with only 1 to 2 vehicles. Like that is unacceptable, right? Like as a team, not really contested around that area that is usually very vehicle rich. So, but right now, of course, Eastern Shift, it's time to find a spot, to be playing loud if it's appropriate. North of Farm right here is pretty nice, rotating into shelter as well. Many good spots. It's about those basics. Scouting, getting an opening and all that stuff, and the pacing. Tempo is the word span we talked about yesterday. So you can practically do many things, but you need to match it with the right time window. Then that can really predict whether it's going to work out for you.
Exactly. I'm interested by the split that Twisted Minds is doing right now. They have 2 inside of that compound center of the zone, and they sent the other 2 in a little bit of a bull by the road. I wonder if usually I just see an entire team just set up inside of the building, but 2 being in that dip, I wonder if from there they might be able to catch other people out on rotations. I'm not quite sure. Usually that spot is a little bit scary to be this early on in the game, because I feel like it's pretty open if people are to get the correct angle, which is definitely achievable this early on. Those guys in that bowl could be in for a really bad time, basically, just be taken out there. Oh. YaLLa Esports are also making a rotation down. Since this zone decided to shift up to the northeastern side, I'm a little bit surprised to see YaLLa kind of going south on this one. Usually teams will want to go ahead and make a rotation up towards the northeastern side, because that's where the least amount of teams would technically be, just based off of the plane path. Instead, it looks like they're going down to start going across that main body of Erangel, and they're going to start mixing in with other teams. Yeah, Vibes is going to be there as well. So, worst thing to do is be lost out on rotation, but luckily so far they're going to stay away from each other, and some of them are stepping on the edge. I do think that some of these teams have the opportunity to go further.
Yeah, I think it's all about, some predictions right now, and YaLLa going south has the reasons. I think they go through more, I'd say, weaker teams. I would say, like, compared to maybe those RICO Infinity and all those like crazy teams on that northern side, and needing to come in like through the river means more choke spots potentially. So yeah, don't disagree with that. And right now, centering up for this phase 2 circle, we have farm, not for farm in the middle, and more like those dips, and those small hills around a shelter being very strong for this. But after all, it's about tempo, it's about scouting, and yes, it's going to look very difficult because it's been pretty saturated so far, span. So they need to make some mindful rotations.
YaLLa making a big rotation, kind of pulling up on a KURD squad's compound right now. Oh, they're trying to go ahead and go for the scout, but it looks like they're just going full on in. Probably didn't spot them out until the very last second. YaLLa's just going to keep on driving, though. KURD squad unfortunately won't be able to do too much damage. It looks like Volt is able to do some, and wait a second! No way, Bandar! Why'd he stop? I think they really wanted that spot. The rest of YaLLa, though, they're gone. They're out of there. It looks like KURD squad's going to at least be able to pick up 1 from that altercation.
Well, that is pretty good, right? They know where these teams can come from and how they may retreat, and along that retreat path they set a small trap which evolved to be outside of those compounds, and that is literally like nicely done. And sometimes that is what you need to think, like, yes, we can play off this compound, but how you split around it will be absolutely key. Like sometimes you set someone, maybe a 2-2 split or 3-1 to set someone to catch what we call a funnel idea. So you only strike and start shooting now so that they will move a particular way, and that's exactly the way you want, because you have already got someone ready to kill everyone moving down that particular direction. So all these things are a little bit easier illustrated when you have a pen and paper, but you know what, maybe at some point we can make some videos span and talk about all these stuff. Drawing, I'm terrible in drawing, but I can try my best. Like drawing lines and arrows won't be an issue in this computer age. And right here, rivalry. is the name of the game. Like, remember last season when we look at these interviews, Galaxy Racer, also Guns Esports last season, they talk about, they mention YaLLa Esports being more like the team that they may fear. And it has a very good reason, right? We look at track records, we look at stats in the past, we look at all these seasons in PUBG. But right now, they are definitely doing better compared to YaLLa when it comes to consistency, ability to take big games, and all those stuff. So, yeah, waiting to be proved otherwise.
Yeah, Galaxy Racer, I feel like, isn't really sweating it at this point. We already talked about how they're 100 points ahead. If anything, they just have to go ahead and continue to be a bit consistent, because that is a massive lead. Like, they just played these last couple super weekends. Absolutely insane. And getting into this next one, it is kind of just defense, you know? They don't want RICO, Infinity Team, Fate, anybody to get anywhere close to them and their score in that first place position. And I think that they have the full-on opportunity to do so. Now, if they want to go on ahead and potentially look at these other teams and be like, yeah, you know what, I'm going to take a fight with you, I feel like they definitely would. I'm sure the confidence is very strong with Galaxy Racer right now. So them honestly being really close to YaLLa, not surprised to see that they're kind of tossing some bullets over there. And YaLLa, I'm glad that they found a home on top of that road, because they were just driving around aimlessly for a while. It was making me a little bit nervous.
Well, I'm nervous for this next shift because we can see how many spots been taken already, and teams really need to think, do I adjust or not? And we have a hard shift. Okay, it's going to be very, very important. I think it's the setup for the team still got a spot in the circle to make sure that they don't let anyone come in like straight into that southwestern side to not be punished. But of course, some teams need to move towards the east and west and know that teams are going to make these wide rotations, right? But you know what? This is PMPL Arabia. Look at that proactiveness. The second that it pops, everyone just runs straight in. They already have eyes towards the circle and they just want to find a good spot. So that is tempo game that I love about this region. So many other regions may not do that, or they just completely like slow when it comes to that. Triple Vibes can maybe play off this position still.
Ooh. Oh yeah, KURD squad is currently getting in a fight with Vibes, who ends up getting a knock somewhere else as well. But there we go, one member of Vibes is down. KURD squad, I mean, they have these ridges. And this compound is just on the edge of zone. Yeah, I think they're realizing that it's not worth it. They're just going to drop in their vehicles and drive away. They're able to kind of hurt Vibes enough that that disengage is allowed, basically. But KURD squad, they're just like, we're going to go find something a little bit better. Triple Vibes can hold on to that useless compound now until we find something better. So I mean, that's good for Triple Vibes. They have the opportunity to go on ahead and heal back. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Practically useless because it's tricky to say, right? But because if you keep just fighting around there, it's so linear of a fight that you are the aggressive team where you're exposed to everything surrounding you, so teams can easily just set up and just spray you down. It's like that type of fight that really put an unknown time window right there, and anyone can just wait and even set up so that they can spray you down. And but of course, Shelter, I love this place a lot, and I think the key thing here, Span, is to think about whether you should play loud or not. Do you even waste bullets in here? Like, do we find enemies who make a mistake so huge that they can get knocked, also finish? But of course, if you have enough of that resource, you can always spend some of those to damage some gear or even make a mid-range, crash, But these sort of crosses are a little bit far. If it's so far that you can't really arrive there before the revive and heal is completed, that's where we set the line in that macro decision.
I'm always a fan of early bullets in that it gives an opportunity to do a little bit of damage, make them waste meds, util. You should always go on ahead and try to be seeking out tires in the first couple phases, because that's obviously when vehicles are the most important. Yep. But then, yeah, the entire time you have to be careful that the building, the compound, wherever you are, has enough ammo to be able to replenish your resources if you use too much. Yes. Otherwise you got to stop. Yeah, you have to stop shooting. Be careful. And right now, oh man, I love the positioning of NASR and ABIAH right now. Both of them have great splits going on. This next circle is going to pop, and they're hoping to get a piece of it. Unfortunately, ABIAH's not, but NASR will, and another hard shift. That's going to hurt.
That is very, very hard to play. I think Cryptics got one of the strongest spots right now. Yes, Galaxy Race is holding in that they probably need to tighten those splits. There's no way that they can support each other when they are getting crashed on that eastern side, right? So probably play that center compound, but it's hard to protect your vehicles. We've got Cryptics looking down actually with the hill to have almost 360 control, catching funnels from wide rotations, also having a good vision over the center circle. That is a god spot right now, but they didn't get to join in with the action so far, but it's the other side that is being exceptionally interesting. Of course, another power spot is right here, NASR, but they're catching these funnels. Whoever can just escape will just gets funneled into these like burrow holes, but you can see it can be extremely exposed if you didn't find the best spot.
Yeah, gotta get into the center of those bulls, make sure the NASR Esports can't see them on top of the hill. Oh, they're trying to get a knock, but nice defense from Ra'ad is going to be able to go on ahead and get a knock back. So I'm going to get a little bit of a breather inside those bulls as NASR gets that res. Meanwhile, everybody else is still chaotically trying to get in with these rotations. I'm surprised to see that Roof and Lord are still in that bull on the eastern side, like you mentioned. They could just be moving towards that center compound and just four-manning that little compound in the middle of the field, but instead they're deciding to stay on the east in that 2-2 split, making me nervous. This zone a little bit small. I wouldn't have been surprised if a team crashes either one of the duos from Galaxy Racer.
You know what? I think Galaxy Racers lost the time window to group up because teams came in so quick after. Right now, if they drive away, they can get sprayed down. So that's why those quick calls needs to come through. It's not the first time that we've seen them. They're struggling a little bit in a 2-2 split. Yesterday's Miramar game, we saw them around El Paso making that 2-2 split and didn't gather up quick enough, and then they let themselves into issues. But right here, ABIAH Esports not feeling so hot either. What a traditional spot right here, not even in the circle. So that will be Fate trying to take even more, and think that is beautiful. Just really wrapping up what's been started, and Lathe already got a spot in there, but it's the other dip that we are talking about as well. Southeastern edge is hot.
I guess this is why Galaxy Racer doesn't really have to worry in the center of the zones. Everybody's taking each other out on the very edges of the map. Twisted Minds now trying to take down the rest of SUDOR. Clever, the only one alive close by, trying to get the res onto his down teammate there, while the rest of SUDOR are trying to get a little bit closer in the field to the east, but can't quite make it. Twisted Minds, they have that ridge to their advantage. SUDOR only has this little shack, so trying with those nades kept Keith getting so close. Here we go. Here comes Safe. He needs to get up in a good position to help out the team. And it looks like he's trying to, stopping behind. That might give them the angle that they need, but no, it just looks like he's stuck at a tree himself now. Twisted Minds, they just need a couple more nades and then just a big push to take out the rest of SUDOR.
Man.
Yeah,
I mean, it's fine, right? You want to go for the Overwatch, but if you're going like that, then Clever is to provide that cover. But you know what? Not quite clever play, right? That the ideas on the execution is going to be a little bit short, to say the least. But man, this side, you know what? This is good news for them, because Nick's circle does go over to the southeastern side, so it's not a huge distance for them to cover, but it's going to be about these teams joining from the other side of the circle, and it's now phase 5 span. They can actually create those long-range third-party, fourth-party shots that can still change the dynamics on the other side of the map.
Man, these circles are just bullying these teams, I feel like. So it looks like Jigsaw, you know, Real Tiger 9 still alive, super spread out. You're right, all those teams that are on that northwestern side, for example, they didn't have to get in too much of a fight at all just yet. All the fighting has already been happening down here where this new zone has popped. So all those teams that are now having to move for the first time, they're kind of fresh. So as they move in, all those teams that have been already fighting, they're going to be at a disadvantage. They're going to be already have lower HP, already going to be a little bit more hurt, have less people, so have to keep an eye on that. And man, having that compound to the northern side right now is really helping out NASR Esports, but they know they have to clear out something in front of them if they're hoping to take it, which is still, again, making me concerned for Galaxy Racer.
Well, Galaxy Racer actually found a good pocket of position there that allows them to make these huge splits, but right now Freak is on his own, so it's a very bold one, and but I think it's about acknowledging other teams to know how to play off, these small covers as well. Like teams still slowly coming in. Not sure whether Cryptics got anything off their OP spot before. It's about making it count when you still have that when iKURD goes out, and YaLLa still in here, but either not right now. So Yusuf need to deploy those smokes, grab this one for a quick reset in the circle.
Looks like FalconsEsport are also going to fall. We have 9 teams left. Still not everybody inside of this next zone. Here we go. Triple Vibes. They're the team with a 4-man all the way in the southern side trying to move in. It looks like Ra'ad trying to do the same on the north. Of course, they're going to be being held out by multiple teams. So it looks like they're just popping out their smokes, trying to find some sort of cover and hope that the interest in them goes away, because RICO, Infinity Team, Galaxy Racer, NASR, all of the eyes are on them. And of course, it is not a good situation for them. If they wait a little bit longer, maybe that'll force NASR to get in a fight with Galaxy Racer first, and then Ra'ad can go ahead and turn around and third party that. But oh man, RICO Infinity Team just got eliminated as they're trying to rotate in from Cryptics. Here we go. Here comes the push though from NASR.
Man, okay, this is the thing, right? Galaxy Racer got these spots, but like when teams slowly get pushed into this area, then they have relative high ground. And that is the Galaxy Racer needing to use Freak, a solo to really eliminate all the pressure on this ridge line. That is a little bit hard, right? So let's see whether they can take this one out. A new circle appears. Freak does have the entry spot, but it's going to be extremely hard right now because teams want to clear out each other before moving into what seems like a very open circle, other than the southern side where Triple Vibes has a little bit of an elevation, so that could do them extremely good.
And NASR Esports probably going to realize shortly, like, hey, these people down below us, we need to get rid of them if we're hoping to hop into the next circle. So because of that, there we go, already getting inside of their vehicles. Galaxy Racer are already kind of spreading out at this point. Got to turn around, and how about the rest of their team? Because here comes NASR, going to catch out some of them in the open. Yep, there we go. Hamdi is going to find himself knocked. The rest of Galaxy Racer look to have been able to kind of escape. No, Lord Freak, everybody from Galaxy Racer is knocked at this point, except for one. Cryptics, I think, kind of helping out, and that they're also making it a little bit difficult for Galaxy Racer to do anything. And that means just one left to try and get a res onto somebody, but still a ton of people are moving inside zone.
Just very tricky circle, right? It's one of those that you can't just say, hey, let's play center or whatnot. It's every bit of landscape. One bush can be enough, reasons for you to take a certain dip or a particular piece of land, right? That is the trick of the circle. Neutral fights here and there, everywhere, long range, short range, you name it, we will see it. Cryptics now trying to stay on this side alongside KURD squad. Not yet found a spot in the circle, but it's about the entry spot being knocked. Lazy Boy is those who can get that spot, and now like on the outskirts is about clearing out each other. At the side of KURD squad can slowly come in and overwatch multiple areas, but will that be easy? That will be a peek coming through. Aram needs to reposition them.
Yeah, KURD squad, there we go, the push onto Cryptics coming through, able to do a tiny bit of damage, but Cryptics is in charge of the peak. Oh, but still, KURD squad's able to get the trade back anyway. KURD squad instantly backing up, though, trying to heal on up. Ra'ad in the distance is eliminated. Cryptics gets eliminated as well. Nice push over from Unknown. Cryptics, I feel like they were in charge of that peak, but it looks like KURD squad was just able to do more damage and hit those shots. Of course, the fighting for them is not over, as Triple Vibes are now coming into play, getting closer and closer. They were on the southern side. They're kind of split in the fights that they're taking because Twisted Minds is also encroaching on their east. NASR Esports, taking a little bit too long, will be eliminated trying to get in zone as well. We're down to 4.
Wow, tricky one. I mean, the South teams are happier because they have escaped from some of these fights. They've got a little bit more, elevation, and they can at least keep their cars safe. And you can see Triple Five just keep using that position, but Freak actually still alive, making it top 3. This whole team just refuses to die. At least 13 points for that team, and they're now up to a trio. But you know what? Triple Vibes have the elevation and can still decide when to strike. But the question would be whether they can take away some intermediate spots in the middle first before moving in further, because after all, it's a little bit downhill. That means it can be quite, obvious how you're going to run down, and here comes a knock upon themselves.
Yeah, Ram getting able to get a knock onto one of the vibes. Toxin is just using this tree, trying to spray back into the smoke, but it doesn't know exactly where they are. This might give them the opportunity to get that res, though. And of course, Galaxy Racer, hearing the commotion, they're taking this as an opportunity for them to get a little bit closer on this ridge. I mean, it's super out in the open, but they have the zone. If they can move forward and take control of it, they can hold everybody else out. But I love what Framar is doing as well. He's deciding to make a move on over. He might be able to spot out the team from KURD squad right beside the rest of his teammates, or he might be able to get the information on Galaxy Racer.
So key, right? Like getting the crawl in first, being a stealthy satellite, and then giving the info setup accordingly, healthy vehicles, and that is just so key. The elements and the resources that they need. But Rauf had been waiting, and that's a beautiful one to open it up. Can he do more though? Will that be too much? And that will be him revealing his position.
Instantly stands up. He spotted out one shot, so he wanted to try and go for it, especially after getting a knock onto one of them. Unfortunately, none of those shots are hitting, and it looks like Galaxy Racers kind of finding themselves in the center. KURD squad over to their west, while Vibes kind of moved over to their east. I'm a little bit worried for Galaxy Racer, but of course everybody else is prone instead. So here we go. This next zone getting smaller and smaller as well. Galaxy Racer still doing their best, trying to shoot them off, but no concrete knock has come through just yet. Everybody at this point, I feel like, is basically proning out and just waiting for the first sight line again.
Man, this can be very huge for all these teams. So that will be KURD squad getting one. It's everyone's shooting everything's bad.
Oh! Wait a second, KURD squad's eliminated. They took 2 knots onto Galaxy Racer, and it looks like because of that triple Vibes only need to take down one last member of Galaxy Racer, and they win our first game on Erangel today for the Super Weekend. That was greatly played by them, controlling the southern side that entire time.
Well, it's about who has the better warm-up, right? It's like that small bulge in the middle of the circle, forcing everyone to slowly come in, and everyone just like, we ran out of any cover, and everyone just decide to fight at the same time. So let's look at those point table from this game one, because I mean, it's been so important. Triple Vibes, a team that missed the last Super Weekend, came into this last one with $1,000 with that chicken dinner. What an important boost for this team. KURD squad as well has been playing a little bit stealthy, right? But making a good start as well can really, change things up in a very pleasant way. But Galaxy Racer, once again, we were a little bit skeptical in the position, but they somehow just got those basics down. 15 points for them, increasing the lead by far.
Exactly, and then we can see some of these other teams. They already were towards the top of that board, but yeah, Triple Vibes and Ra'ad were 2 of the teams that we were definitely keeping an eye on to see just how far they could jump up the board. Ra'ad, it looks like they were only able to pick up 4 points. This was definitely a top of the leaderboard heavy game, but those 4 points is still going to help them out a lot, trying to get out of that 15th place and then onto the second page as well. Unfortunately, it looks like ABIAH, the other team we were trying to keep a close eye on, only got 1 point. They're trying to get out of that 19th place spot, but they're only going to increase their total by 1, it seems. But still, top of the heavy game for this one. It was just game 1 at least, and we still have 4 more left. And the rest of these teams, they're hoping that this next match on Miramar is going to go a little bit more in their favor.
And ABIAH got some decent ones, right, yesterday on Miramar. So let's see whether they can make that happen. And let's have a look at the road to MVP. Let's see who's done the most damage in that one. And I think this is going to be quite surprising. Actually, Twisted Minds came in with Kato in the middle, 4 kills on 725. And, given that they didn't make it to that late of the game, that is a lot of mid-game control, from Kato and his teammates, but it's none other than Aaron from KURD squad, and then Triple Vibes Toxin to be joining them in this top 3.
Yeah, nice amount of damage coming in from KURD squad. I mean, all these teams were the ones that was towards the center of that zone the entire time. So they were definitely the teams that were participating in the most amount of fights. So not quite surprised to see this. Twisted Minds, unfortunately, didn't make it in towards that end game that far. When they were trying to make it up onto that center hill, that's when Triple Vibes was able to take them out. But of course, let's go ahead and see how that affected the overall. And as we can see, Galaxy Racer did pick up some more points, and now they have a 403. They broke 400 points. That's insane. RICO Infinity team so close to 300 as well. And it looks like KURD's 12 is still holding on to that 5th place spot. And then other than that, I mean, it looks like everybody else at this point around the same area, except for KURD squad, of course, jumping up quite a bit from their original position in 10th. They're now in 8th.
Yep, and you know what? Let's set a bar right there, right, Span. Galaxy Racer, which is the same roster for Guns Esports last season, they got 9 chicken dinners in after 45 matches of Super Weekend, and they got 549 points. In second place, 391. So yes, they have broken 400, but there's more, right, for them to get, because they set the bar so bloody high last time that they need to, I would say we wouldn't expect them anything less than 500, like based on the current curve, I would say. But it's about tying when it comes to chicken dinners as well. So 2 more, so they can tie when it comes to that. But qualification to finals should be definite.
Exactly. And then it looks like on this next page, a little bit more movement. Okay, we can see that Raad still, unfortunately, moves down into that 16th place position. So Triple Vibes going into 15th. But otherwise, I think that means that the last 4 teams are still the same for right now. Again, not too much movement down here, I believe, because that last game still was so top heavy. And yeah, it still is the same Sites Revolution, ABIAH, and then Road to Glory. We're still keeping an eye on ABIAH to see if they're going to be able to make it out of here from these other teams that aren't participating in this last Super Weekend.
Well, back to Miramar. I mean, man, it is a marathon, right? Like for these teams, like coming back from, I think it's trickiest to have that occasional one game. It's like a reverse between Miramar and Sanhok. Right, last week we've got no Miramar until Super Weekend, and suddenly they have to play it. This time around is back onto the Sanhok that we only have 3 games in these 3 days in total, and that can, it's about preparation. I think the focus or whatnot. So Sanhok can be an absolutely chaotic, messy map, more than it already is, right? But we won't get to see that until Game 4. Next up is Miramar, the only Miramar of the day. So we'll see you guys soon. But Span, anything else to say before we move over to that short break?
Looking forward to see how they're going to be playing on that Miramar map. Not too surprised to see what happened on Erangel, but let's see who's going to be able to run away with that Miramar title. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and jump into a little bit of a break while we get into that lobby, and we'll see you guys shortly.
Mr. DJ.
Like this.
Hello, welcome back to PMPL Arabia. Spin Kurgan Professor Tarzan here, and we have to shout out Nimo TV, PUBG Mobile Pro League's 2021 official media partner. Again, shout out to Nimo TV. Thank you, of course, for the support. But then also, we already talked about this, Tarzan. We just finished off Erangel. We're going into the second match. It's going to be on Miramar. We already talked about the differences. But is there anything else, again, that we want to keep in mind now moving on to this new map?
Yes. Speaking of mine, is Twisted Mind and YaLLa Esports in San Martin. Last time we didn't get the easy type, right? Because the playing path is a little bit too far, so they have to get in different ways. But this time, just give us some juice, right? So that is one thing that I look out for, as always. But of course, the other type of congestion or fight that can come through. Resistance, I would say, against each other would be on the western side, right? Galaxy Racer, El Pozzo team against RICO Infinity in Montenuevo. They seem to respect each other in the very early phase, but if they need to move towards the eastern side, it's about setting those roadblocks, playing the next powerful spot. That's where they tend to meet. And, so far they've been causing damage against each other whenever they meet, except maybe once or twice that RICO Infinity actually came out ahead in those skirmishes. Other than that, it's still all on the table. It's just one game on Miramar, right, per day. So, but still, you still get rewarded like $1,000 for winning that one. So it's nothing to ignore.
Exactly. So all these teams, once again, are going to try really their best to go on ahead and succeed in winning this Miramar game, first and last of today. I'm kind of curious to see where this end is going to be for the end zones, because I think Miramar usually gives the most diverse endings possible. I mean, it can be a completely open plain up on top of a mountain. I'm looking forward to seeing wherever it's going to choose, and I'm personally hoping for one of those endings that have a cliff in it, where a team's going to be up on top, another team's going to be down below, because I always think that creates some of the most interesting dynamics, and you can kind of see the gears churning in the team's heads trying to figure out how to go ahead and go about it. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for coming into this Miramar game, and I guess it's a matter of time before we see what comes true. But yeah, what about you? What would you prefer?
You know what? I'll go with your choice, but I'll add a little bit more. I will elaborate a little bit more. Yeah, I think it's the type of circle that, of course, has some power positions, like strong spots. But in terms of the shift, it should require these teams to reset up. Is an idea that I like talking about. So yes, you are still in, but the way that you play it, relative to the shift, should be different, right? So I want to see teams needing to do that very, very effectively, to the point that they will get punished if they don't do so. And secondly, these landscapes being so punishing for some teams that they are forced to come up with creative ways to get in, right? Like, you spray all of us down if we don't do something. So do we do something now? Do we get someone to bait so that we can relieve pressure from someone constantly hard peeking you? It's all these small things that we love to see. And right now we have this game on its way. And you know what? I think I get my San Martin a bit of fun this time around, because this playing path is going to go straight over that part of that map.
Yeah, we're getting into it. Our first and last Miramar game of today, and it does in fact look like our playing path is pretty good. I mean, it's a little bit more over towards that eastern side, but still has a lot of options for these teams. And you're right, San Martin right next to it on the western side. Oh man, we got to keep an eye on that. We know there's going to be a couple teams that drop there, but also curious to see how everybody else is going to go about this, because you mentioned Galaxy Racer likes El Pozo, another team like Monty. I don't think they can reach those areas, so what is their backups?
Oh, it's going to be very interesting, right? Like, RICO Infinity should go along that main road to the north of Chumacera, but we know Chumacera itself is pretty hot. We also see a lot of early action on the outskirts of Ricardo between Falcons and other teams as well, but not quite the case this time, because that team played fire too much and they've burned themselves. They are now out of the Super Weekend, so Falcons should be still around that area, so not as crazy as we think, and some secondary drops can come through, but this is exactly what you like, right? Like, with that very southern part in play, teams need to adapt and make sure they have the utmost map knowledge.
Oh, I love it. I love southern circles on Miramar. Right when you see the terrain, the ground turn a little bit darker brown there, I love that area down there because it's horrible. It's horrible to drive in. And there's a ton of ridges. It's hard to play inside of, so I'm really looking forward to this. But here we go. This is what you're looking for. Yep, there's the yay. It looks like the first kill goes to Twisted Minds. You can see that unfortunately though, they're down at 2 right now, bleeding out slowly. As for YaLLa though, they've only lost 1. They still have 3 up, so it's a 2v3 as of right now. Twisted Minds kind of backing up because they're super low HP, but looks like YaLLa has found one. Okay, they're deciding when to push. They at least have somebody with them to make the push happen. And yep, there we go. Catch him out. And the flush instantly comes to me. That means there's only 1 left. And that's going to be 3D1 upstairs in this brick building. See Kato slowly bleeding out. And YaLLa Esports, they just want to go ahead and finish this as fast as possible. And Bandar, I didn't even blink. Like, it's just immediately Twisted Minds was taken out on this one.
Wow, okay, there we go. I love this. Pretty clean, to be fair. It happens, like 1 casualty isn't too bad, like especially knowing that YaLLa have won a super weekend chicken dinner with only a trio, not the type that you have lost 1 player. They entered the lobby as a trio, right? So this can be different, but it's nice. Last time they dropped here, Twisted Minds won that one, and the other time, just before the one that I just quoted, YaLLa got that, right? The sandwich formation that I talk about. So, well, we will get to see that maybe like again tomorrow, Span. But right now, let's see how these teams are going to do this. Like, so RICO and Infinity still want to go for these early, how shall I say, uncontested drops. Therefore, like early rotations, just keep running to that side. And you know what? That can cause some issues. They may need to find the best time to come back into this pretty eastern circle.
They're going to take their time for now, though. And I'm excited to see that YaLLa won that fight there because they're a team that we know does well during league play. They haven't done too well in super weekends, though. Maybe they're able to go ahead and turn it around starting now. Last game, a little bit of a disappointment. Unfortunately, didn't do too well, but this one, it looks like they're already starting off with the 4 kills, and they did meet my mark of success. You have successes if you go and get 4 kills with at least 3 or 4 people still alive, so they have succeeded in that. So they can basically continue to play the game pretty normally. As for these other teams, it looks like we got Triple Vibes and Azahar, Ra'ad up here inside of Cobb. Some of these teams are going to have a long rotation ahead of them to get into this very southern circle.
Yeah, the Cobb is not really contested for them, and Ra'ad just knows how to play around here, just rarely having the circle come this way. But I do want to see it once, though, because I've always get this theory, right? Like when teams will drop somewhere because, there's no one dropping alongside us, so we feel pretty safe, right? But like, by doing so, do they actually know enough about, this part of the map? Like because it's very different compared to teams liking to go to El Pozo, or let's say El Pozo a little bit far out. Let's say Picado and Chumacera. Those are the teams that are more used to hot dropping in these more center compounds. So if the circle goes there, they can carry that battle, type of mentality and that knowledge into here. But how often do you actually see teams contest around these outskirts? And sometimes the choice of that drop spot itself, speaks to the style of those teams. Like they want to have a very clear, phase 1 and 2 with rotations, losing phase, and not get, anything of high risk, and then move into the later game with more members surviving. So need to find out. ABIAH definitely needs some. Need to catch up because they at least need to get 29 more points to be tied with Ra'ad, and then maybe kick them down because we are eliminating 1 team out of these 16 span.
Yep, and it looks like they're going to their usual drop spot for right now, taking their time, still in the looting phase for a little bit longer before they start to make any sort of a move. Same with Galaxy Racer. Looks like even though the plane was pretty far away from their usual drop spot, they just found themselves vehicles and decided to drive over to Pozo anyway. And honestly, I feel like that's pretty usual at this level. Teams, they have an ability to be like, oh, our drop spot is super far away. I'm just going to go ahead and drop on a vehicle and we're just going to drive on over there. They're usually pretty good at continuing to spread out and stay consistent with their spots. But okay, Real Tiger 9 now making the first movement. Looks like looting phase is over for some. And now we're going to see where they're going to try to start setting up.
Real Tiger 9 is a special team. Special in the sense that they have played a very, interesting pacing and tempo on Sanhok. But other than that, we have not seen a lot. Like the past few times we've seen them on, Miramar, they mostly just were able to send one player like towards these final maybe 6 or 7 place positions and really struggling. I think it's about rotating in and knowing not to play constant southeastern edge when they have gone to that side continuously, because we know it's just getting more and more uphill, like for this circle from that side. So being closer to that region compared to these northern teams, I think is about more aggressive and mindful structural scout that get them a very good split on that southern half so that they can play off that, because we know that they can take a lot of aggressive fights when they are in like on form and shape. So, and yeah, need to see whether that can actually happen. KURD squad is another surprising team span. We talk about how they just can go extremely stealthy, and one of those teams that drop far on the corner as well. Like Kameshki is their home. Stelba split, that is how they play that game. But big games, not quite often, not until that previous game just now.
Exactly. So we'll see if they'll be able to kind of continue that momentum coming into this one. They are already grabbing vehicles, so they're starting to get ready for the move. It looks like SUDOR's now making their way on inside of this zone as well. I'm kind of curious to see where these teams are going to decide is a good spot to set up, because in a zone like this, I don't know. Like, I have an opinion on where I think I would want to be, but what's the best kind of location to play on the very southern side of this map, in your opinion?
I think right now it will be on the southwest of Los Leones. It's the type where you can punish teams like getting pushed away from power position, so they're like driving in the open, and you can still rotate quick to northern side if it shifts that way, because you have info there already. It also gives you info on the southern hillside, so where like Fate is, I say where Arif is and where iKURD triple is, that is where I want to be, right? But of course you can have more high ground to play if you're just right on that western side, but if you're more in the southern part, then yeah, like you just need to play with what's in front of you. Galaxy Racer actually pretty late on this one, but we've seen them play these styles like before, because El Pozo is so huge, they might as well let other teams like kill each other and slowly play the very strong edge sweeping style.
Especially since they got to El Pozo so late, they're probably still going on ahead and picking up a few more things before they make a move on in. And then you're right, when they do come in, they're hoping to kind of third party a fight that's already happening in front of them. I also have to agree with the locations that you pointed out and where you would want to be playing. I would also want to be playing around there, because that also gives you a perfect opportunity that no matter where this next zone shifts, it kind of gives you an entrance into both the north and the southern side of this map. Like if you go too far to the south, like it's just big cliffs and it'll be really hard to get back to the northern side. But if you kind of set yourself up right in the middle, right in between that terrain difference, it'll give you the best opportunity to be flexible based off of the zone shift.
Nice.
Speaking of flexible, looks like SUDOR wants to go on ahead and do so, because they're super spread.
Yeah, I mean, the synergy, like we have some, like by picking the same spots, guys, is just knowledge right now. Okay, no, not really that one. It's a meme thing. Okay, let's bring ourselves back. But this is still like doable. It's a Real Tiger 9 spot right now. It's close to this part where they can play that type of style that we talk about. Like still, it's they've got some bunkers as well. Yeah, like to the south of Los Leones. So I would love to see a bunker finish. I feel like, okay, in my experience in scrims, in casting, we have not seen those yet. And but yes, we'll focus on tempo once again. The side of Galaxy Racer. Spence said exactly the right thing. Yes, they took longer to get to here, and they just take their time. It's sometimes about like seeing one boost, popping a boost, and then just keep finding your ideal loadout before you come in. And then it's just that one first aid, a few bandages that you have to pop. Wait a little bit, you can get to full health anyway. And yes, I think it's fine when it comes to that macro. But after all, PMPL level means some of these teams just are so good. in staying alive. And that means that maybe the side of Galaxy Racer would just cause themselves, a little bit of a delay, and chasing the zone situation might happen, and not really getting anything out of this type of early game pace.
We'll have to see. They're definitely making a far rotation down to the southern side, so they're hoping to go on ahead and bypass any people that they could potentially run into, hoping that nobody's down there just yet. Oh, looks like Triple Vibes also attempting to do the same thing. Okay, nice. I thought that was accidental rock run into, but he's going to go on ahead and use it to his advantage and go on ahead and scat out that compound right in front of them. It's interesting to see as well that they're deciding to kind of fortify up on this far to the edge, but it's probably because they came from a pretty far location. They don't have too much knowledge on what's further ahead just yet.
Yeah, and it can still go towards Los Leones. I think that is the crazy thing as well. And thinking about Ra'ad, is actually great. They go really, really wide to avoid certain choke spots, because there are still plenty. To be fair, when it comes to choke spots around main road that Galaxy Racer is taking, the later you go for that is the easier it is, because teams have rotated away already. They were given up to hold that spot. But yes, we do have a good chunk of Los Leones in play. So those spots that we picked, yay to us, they are pretty strong still.
I'm actually excited to see this difference in zone shifting here as well, because last match it was hard shifts everywhere, and this one it keeps centering. So again, the zone has centered once more. All these teams on the edge are going to have to move, but that just means that the center of this is just going to continue to just grow in difficulty. Basically, those teams are able to stay there a little bit longer and still just chill out and wait for all these other teams to keep going. Meanwhile, everybody else is kind of still in a racing game, still trying to keep moving to get inside this zone. At what point will they get a break is when the next zone decides to hard shift somewhere. But it looks like teams are starting to run into each other, maybe a little bit too small for 15 teams still in here. And we can see that iKURD Triple is going to be getting a knock onto somebody, and SUDOR and Cryptics are also really close by in their choice of compounds. And it's actually everybody trying to come in on that southern side here. Ra'ad might start getting involved as well, same with Vibes.
Yeah, I think this is tricky when it comes to two things. It's slowly getting back uphill, right, from south to center, but it's also these small things. Yeah, knowing how close you can drive without giving away your cast outs. That is one of the most overlooked skill. We've seen teams trying to come in close to stop. Doesn't matter, they couldn't see you, they hear you anyway. But right now it's good awareness that they set a backdrop and see Ra'ad coming into the area. Is also just that elevation, the more north you get, that allows the Cryptics to do that quick 360 and notice someone behind them. Ra'ad have slowed down the phase one, but can they get out of this alive? So that is already not Munir needs to buy time and angles.
Uh-oh, it's not looking good, Munir. No. We'll be able to do a lot of damage to Marshall from Cryptics, but unfortunately Munir will go down. You could see that the rest of the team for them just too far away to help out, basically. So Cryptics is going to be able to kind of get that advantage. There we go, running straight towards Delhap. Gonna go ahead and flush them out. And wait a second. Another team has decided to join the fray. It's Triple Vibes. They decided to crash onto the side of the building. Rod instantly laying prone, hoping to try and hide out, but nope, Desha will be spotted and taken down. This southern side is becoming more and more chaotic, but Triple Vibes, it looks like they consciously made the decision to get involved in this fight, to hope to third party. As of right now, it is working out for them. They haven't lost anybody just yet, but neither has Cryptics. So this is still going to be a huge 4v4.
Yeah, I mean, Vibes, it's the momentum from the game 1 win, right? They are $1,000 richer. They want to get involved in the circle. Third party take the high ground on that north wraparound on the outside, but it's go time, I think, because circle goes towards Los Leones once again. Southeastern shift, and well, Galaxy Racer coming close as well, because they just played the southwestern edge, and that means they are one of the furthest teams from this area, and they still want to grab something. And you know what? Along the main road, they fly. Look at the minimap right there. Freak is on his way.
Wow.
Maybe it's a huge pinch coming from this aggressive team.
they were able to get a knock onto one of them as well. So I'm kind of curious, are they going to get fully involved, or if they're just going to go on by? Because this did in fact hard shift onto the city of Los Leones, and you know, city endings, it's much easier to get there as early as possible. But instead, Cryptics, okay, they just want to go on ahead and finish off this fight first. Cryptics going to go on ahead and lose Lazy Boy officially, permanently. Triple Vibes decided to make that push happen a little bit, got one, but there's still a couple more. Instead of pushing once again, they're just going to back up. Marshall Swan, but oh no, El Chapo. Okay, he's still inside of there. It looks like he got in another fight, but where did the rest of Triple Vibes go? There we go, now trying to support the teammates. I was just a little bit concerned. El Chapo was kind of left there. But here we go, El Chapo now outside the stairs, trying to make the push happen. He's trying to do the damage. He's able to get another one. No way, there's just one left inside of that hallway. But Toxin with the prone gets him with 1 HP. His teammate shoots him from behind, and Cryptics is eliminated. Triple Vibes gets those points, but it's not over because here's Galaxy Racer.
Hey, but you know what? The Galaxy Racer is playing this nice. They set up, they don't want to get in like dirty in the way that is unresettable. They found a spot on the northern side, get enough sight lines towards the circle, and then just look down. And then got good spots to park the car and all that stuff as well. Every escape path is now choked right over the IGL court. This one part is car safe as well. This is the strength of this part of the map. Lord closer to the circle now, allowing that overwash as well as scout in. It will be a very strong edge. This is basically the spot that we picked when it comes to phase 2. And Galaxy Racer took a few goodies and now on their way into the circle.
Looks like RICO Infinity team is also going to be right beside them, just coming in right to the north of them. Seriously, that warehouse right there to the north. Galaxy Racer stopping the very edge of zone, probably going on ahead, scouting on it a little bit further. We can see that there are definitely a bunch of teams holding them out. Ra'ad is going to be our next team eliminated. We still have 13 left, and since this is basically half the city ending, we're going to keep a good amount of teams up till the very end. City ending, so many teams are allowed to play right beside each other that it's going to be kind of difficult to eliminate each other. The good thing about city endings as well for each team, though, is that these kills should be a little bit more spread out, but we'll see if there's going to be one specific team that just runs away with things. RICO Infinity team at least found themselves a spot, but taking a lot of damage already.
Yeah, and I think the problem with damage as well, like, it's the amount of meds that you need to burn when you are on that edge position on this west. We all know this cliffside span that can really cause so much trouble for teams to get back towards the center. So if you're on edge around this position, good luck, right? Like iKURD is already set up, SUDOR is ready there, and that is just the first layer of, you know, going up high ground, and you can see this already. Multiple teams need to get in, but you know what? This is tricky because iKURD Triple, if they focus too much onto farming this eastern, or should I say western edge, their spot can be contested. Not quite easy though, but multiple teams need to just get into these really, really strong spots to take it away.
There's honestly only a couple places these teams can really play. We can see Fade, ABIAH, the two other locations already taken. Otherwise, there's a road completely out in the open that's not playable. A huge field over towards the western side, not playable. It's difficult. It looks like Vibes. Wow, RICO Infinity team are just going to be able to take care of them very quickly. Triple Vibes eliminated. And not surprised to see crashes starting to happen. There's not too many options, so it looks like KURD squad starting to get crashed on by FalconsEsport. They're shooting ABIAH in the distance, but now they're turning around realizing that Falcons is here, and last is, well, last. The last one up for FalconsEsports. He's just trying to drive for some safety, but everything's already taken. We already talked about this. Oh man, I don't quite know where he's going to end up, but so far dodging.
Oh man, like we already know that this can be the case, right? Like it's about finding the, you know, it's hard anyway. It's about doing something to disrupt the other team, distract them so that you can potentially get in. You can see this type of hard peek as well, man. That is bold. Like, you know, someone can see your third person peek, but you're so confident in your prone spray that double headshot comes through, and that is as good as it gets. And Galaxy Racer still haven't found a place in. And you can see Lusail as well. They rely on that edge position. That is so hard to maneuver through. Like, driving is just atrocious around there. And now just multiple teams like trying to get through that one bit, and SUDOR as well, like in the spot, but they are not trying to overextend to farm this southern edge, which is quite surprising.
And they're in a little bit of a bull. Can't entirely push out too far without a ton of people seeing above them. Instead, Galaxy Racer is trying to take this as their opportunity to hold out Lusail. It looks like, ooh, NASR Esports is going to be taken out as well. Real Tiger 9, they have that top of the hill over on the eastern side. They might be able to use that to their advantage and take down a lot of people below them. But that also means that it's going to be difficult for them to get down the hill later on. Lusail will somehow survive, sending it in here right with SUDOR. SUDOR not spread out enough to defend that, but of course the fighting continues. RICO Infinity team now coming out of their warehouse. They're forced to push towards iKURD triple, and the full assault is underway. There we go, a bunch of nades coming through, able to catch a little bit of damage, but they need to go ahead and get ready to push even further now at this point. They're just hoping to get at least one knock before fully committing.
Yeah, I love this South Circle as well. Like, it's about the small bits of knowledge, right? When you get that one small bit, one small dip, that can save your entire game. But look at the south side lighting up. Galaxy Racer getting knocked. Another team getting knocked as well. It's fights everywhere, Span, and that is not looking well for these teams, because look at that circle. It keeps going to the north side.
This is what always happens in those city endings. There we go. This is what we're waiting to start happening, though. RICO Infinity team finally in the compound of triple iKURD triple. Oh, there we go. Helm End will finally be taken down. So it looks like RICO Infinity team is a 2v3, but the instant res is coming through for iKURD triple. The other two kind of pushing forward. This means RICO Infinity team are kind of going to push back, reset a little bit. They want to get these two reses. They know that it's not a fair trade, so they're hoping to get these two up before iKURD triple do anything about it. And honestly, from that advantage, I'm surprised they're not being a little bit more aggressive, but this nade could do something. It just re-knocks Prestigio. And Ali gonna toss another one. Will this hit even more? No, that one's just gonna run into the pillar. Okay, so it looks like a little bit of a reset. RICO Infinity team have to try that push once again.
Wow, iKURD triple, I was waiting for them to get punished or miss this opportunity. Look at them. That is the reset up we're talking about. How the heck did they allow all these other teams to just rotate past them? Because they're so tunneled, like, with this fight just next to them. So now every team's kind of found a spot, and that is going to be a really crazy one. It's going to get saturated. Both these teams still killing time for each other. The here's come to push. It's about time to clean each other out.
Wow, okay, well there you go. The last push that comes through from iKURD triple. Out goes RICO Infinity team in that 7th place position, if I'm not mistaken. At this point, a lot of teams are being taken down. See in the distance, that Galaxy Racer were able to send it down the very center of this map. Real Tiger 9 is going to die, be eliminated as they try to run down that hill. And now SUDOR needs to push out of their bull push. Galaxy Racer triple, iKURD triple is going to make that a little difficult as well from their positioning. And then barely any teams left. 5 teams left. ABIAH looking strong. This could be the game that they need to get into that top 16. But here we go. Galaxy Racer laying low, and SUDOR is trying to make that push happen. Clever's down. It's still a 2v2.
Man, it's about those nades, right? Just get in, and that's just GG. Like SUDOR, but just didn't have the utilities to make it further. So it's about getting that reset. It's also a good time to think about whether they want to pull anything right now, Span, because the new circle's coming, and then they need to think about the multiple options and plans going in.
Yeah, ABIAH needs to be careful there. We see YaLLa just got knocked. They are getting the res, but they need to start making sure that they don't get knocked in this end game, because this is the opportunity to take people out, especially as this next zone pushes towards them. But it looks like SUDOR will finally take out Galaxy Racer, but instantly getting shot in the back from iKURD triple. Not quite surprised to see that happen. The smoke's already coming through as well. I wonder if they're trying to toss those out to be able to cross the road and finish off this fight. I feel like that's going to be a bold decision, though, because iKURD triple, they don't need to cross. They could just stay here underneath these rocks, but it looks like they want to push towards SUDOR to take them out.
And ABIAH as well, with the high ground, with the circle, and 8 kills already, so they at least get 16 in this. This is the chase coming through, and they will be trying to catch up the same teams like as Fate right here, and that is ABIAH with the relative high ground will actually exert so much power. Aces will be in town, and that is him with the brilliant sight lines.
There you go. iKURD Triple realizing that they don't in fact want to cross their road. They're going to be able to push up against these buildings. ABIAH Esports still with a great sight line. It's insane. Fate Esports getting involved though. There you go. Another member of SUDOR going down. We only have 14 teams, 14 people left alive at this point. Everybody is kind of playing their own corner, and honestly, they're just waiting for the blue zone. Nice nade coming through from Fate though. We'll have SUDOR finally eliminated, and we're down to the last 3 teams, 2 of which still need to push further inside of this zone, straight towards ABIAH Esports. Should be great for ABIAH Esports still, unless Fate and the other team, iKURD Triple, decide to take it out on each other.
Well, smokes. It has to be perfectly done. We talk about the physical facts. It's the 10-meter diameter and the 40-second window. So, almost losing one Ragnarok, just didn't have enough, smokes, I'd say. Like, just need to recreate that. But Gallagher can completely spoil this.
ABIAH is now pushing around the backside of Triple as well, but first, they're trying to keep their eye onto Fate. So far, it's working out, getting a couple of knocks as they come close. ABIAH also getting some knocks. Uh-oh, here we go. Some of the trades coming through. iKURD Triple flushing out the members of Fate. It's either ABIAH or iKURD Triple getting those kills, but still, there's at least one left. It's still Reef in the midst of iKURD Triple. ABIAH at this point, impatient or pushing down their hill. Fate will be eliminated, and now it's an entire, wait a second, 4v1. KULD's the last one alive for iKURD Triple, and all of ABIAH, they just need to clean up the rest of this and secure their victory. It looks like now running towards Estrad, trying to get that res. ABIAH at this point should know that there's only potentially 2 people up. The push should be aggressive, but instead they're deciding to play it a little bit more safe. That nade will be able to flush out the down though, and there we go. They know exactly where KULD is. The push coming through, and they didn't even need a trade to happen. They're instantly going to be able to push that corner, and ABIAH Esports win our second match on Miramar. That is exactly what they needed from their current positioning on the overall leaderboard. Tarzan.
Wow. That's it, right? Like, one game of that sort, and I think the gap is essentially closed. Yeah, so it's like starting from 0, but it's not just that. It's not just about that. It's about the money that comes in as well, and we'll be getting back to Erangel soon for that. But man, that was crazy. Let's look at those leaderboards right now. No, it's more like match rankings, but that is going to be, man, that feels so good to be ABIAH Esports. That is much needed. 29-point game.
They were in a great spot. They had those compounds that are just at the very top of the hill. They got involved with all of the fights around them, especially as people were trying to push out of Los Leones, trying to come from the southern side towards them, and they were just able to take everybody out. So 15 placement points, 14 kills, 29. That was a great game for them. Of course, iKURD Triple Esports also trying to do their best. They were able to grab the second, only 4 kills though, but still 16 points, nothing to scoff at. Same with Fate being able to grab 16 as well, somehow surviving on the other side of that road for a very long time. And then SUDOR as well, 5 kills, 13 total points, taken out by that nade, and Galaxy Racer also being able to squeeze in there and get a good amount of kills as well. Once again, a couple of other teams on the other side of the leaderboard though not being able to pick up as many points as they were hoping for, and at this point Raad went out with 0 points, Tarzan, and ABIAH got 29. Those are the 2 teams that we're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, and I mean, Raad got 4 points in the first game, I believe. So, man, but they had such a good 2 days in the past in this league play for this week. So there is some issues still, like, for this team, but it's just 2 games down. Like, we've got 13 more, but they are at the bottom right there. I think they have probably tied with the side of ABIAH Esports at this point, and it's about eliminating one team once again, ladies and gentlemen. So I don't know what to expect. It's going to be about back to that huge map, about those basics that we love talking about, picking the good spot, and then just doing your best.
Exactly. Now, we know that this is how the teams win. Let's take a look at those round MVPs as well. And I gotta say, I'm not quite surprised to see the members from each of these teams here. First, we got iKURD Triple, KULD coming in with 3 kills. And look at that, they broke 1,090 damage. That's absolutely insane. And then, of course, we got ABIAH's M7.
That
M7,
is
MM7, what is it? Mum.
okay, like
You
I've
said?
learned a little bit. That is yes. Like I had the pleasure to learn just enough like when it comes to this. So what we see to be 7 can be pronounced like basically an A. So we've got Ida like for the side of YaLLa Esports, and this is for sure your mama in here and just like dominating
Okay.
ABIAH with this one. Beautiful, and 752 damage, 5 kills, and just getting, I mean, yes, definitely huge zone blast, but they, you know, they picked the very good compound, I would say, and know how to make use of that. Like even if they claim it earlier, it can still be very exposed if
Defended it
not
too.
used correctly. So yeah, like keeping the full team surviving as well towards that end game. But Ragnarok really just, you know, putting a lot of work in like from that game as well. Like you can see they play off another side of the road, very good position as well, and just reading the map enough to know that it's better to work themselves down from that eastern side instead of the other way around. But Los Leones team, they should know that.
Yeah, they tried really hard to go ahead and cross that road, but let's take a look at that overall ranking now. Again, not surprised to see Galaxy Racer number 1 with 415, but Fate Esports getting closer. There we go, breaking the 300 now at this point. Still 115 points to go, though, if they're hoping to overtake Galaxy Racer. RICO Infinity team is going to be bumped down into that 3rd spot with 296, and it still looks like KURD 12 is still holding on to that 5th place spot, but now iKURD Triple Esports in 6th. It only has 8 more points to go before they're bumped down 1. So this is our top 8. Sometimes Lusail Esports also finding themselves on this first page. I just need to see that second page at this point. Like I need to know what's happening here between Raad, between ABIAH, and who is the bottom 4 teams. And oh man, look at that. Okay, starting from the top though, KURD Squad, Real Tiger 9, YaLLa, Cryptics, SUDOR, NASR, Triple, and ABIAH Esports. They decided that after that, they got that 16th place. That means Raad has taken their spot in that bottom 4th spot. And we knew that this was a possibility that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, power of one huge game, and now equal. Now they've got some prize money from that. It's the first chicken dinner. It has to feel good, right? I think like with the history of that squad as well, like have not had, you know, this amount of money in such, you know, small amount of time. First chicken dinner ever in the PMPL. That has to be a tasty one, and it's good to have it in this, you know, like last Super Weekend as well to make sure that they keep going up, because we have Raad like needing to chase right now, and they don't have the luxury of that, you know, feeling. Of course, they had it last season, but yet to find it in this one. So yes, back onto that map, like Raad needs to, you know, do better. I mean, 4 points in the first one, we knew that they could do something very exceptional on Erangel, but once again, Span, we talk about just same. We've played 9 Erangel games out of 15 in this Super Weekend, and same 16 teams, so we get to play that chess game again and again.
And interestingly enough, it looks like both ABIAH and Raad both have 92 points total. So they're actually technically tied. Of course, the tiebreaker being kills. And ABIAH Esports have 7 more kills than Raad. So they're still really close. So at this point, now that ABIAH has finally made it to equal with Raad, it really is just a race for both those teams to see who's just going to do well in every single match from now on. But of course, you already said it. We're about to be moving into Erangel once again, where it's at the halfway point, and these teams are going to be able to battle it out once again. So don't go anywhere. We will be back after a very short break with our third match.
Come on, Mr. DJ. ناصر. حكينا انه هو اللي حيكون المفتاح. ناصر هيرو. وفعلا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو يا ولد يا نابو. لو كان الابداع رجل لشكرته يا نابو.
Welcome back to PMPL Arabia. Right off the bat, let's go ahead and talk about Oppo. Upgrade your performance and with upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new Oppo Reno 6 series designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2021. Tarzan and I have had the luxury, the pleasure of being able to go ahead and cast all these games for you so far, and we're about to get into the halfway point, that middle game once again on Erangel, and see who's going to be able to come out on top. And I feel like the tension has only built now from our first two games, Tarzan, because really all these teams are just fighting to be into the top 16 at this point to make sure that they move on to finals. And two teams specifically are basically duking it out for that qualification spot.
Yes. But you know what? Like, if they keep doing well and forcing each other to improve, you know, we have triple vibes just above them, 26 points ahead of these two bottom teams. And yes, they had a very good game one, so they are also having a good run. But we never know, because the consistency is the struggle that they have had since the start of the tournament. That's why they are now in this bubble, right, Span? So it's something that they really, really need to fix, because we talk about, representing the region and all these stuff as well. It's the longevity of teams to stay in. So a decent performance really allow them to do that. The sense of improvement together as a team really helps, as well as you can see some of these top teams that we see in this Arabian region has been together for such a long time, allowing themselves to build that synergy. So next game, military base will be what I'm looking out for. No more Saint Martin. We're done. We'll be back for that tomorrow. But military base, Revolution's not here. Falcons wants to take it.
Very true. I mean, and we got to see a little bit of a fight happen on the first one. I mean, the plane path, to be honest, was super southern, so not quite surprised to see two teams fighting for it. But now going into this next one, is it going to happen again? I mean, honestly, kind of hope it doesn't, because we know how detrimental early game fights can be, especially with those two teams that are right next to each other on the leaderboard. Every place counts for these guys, so they don't want to necessarily be getting into those early fights. So kind of curious to see if it's going to happen again, or with a better playing path, if everybody is just going to be happily looting away from each other.
Yeah, I mean, this situation right now, the fact that we're only eliminating one team, out of all the teams that are playing in this final Super Weekend span, means it's about winning games, is about chicken dinners, is about that extra boost in prize money. Because we just look at those, if whoever's interested enough to look at the actual difference, right? Even between second of third place or fourth place, it's about 1,000. So this is where we feel like they are trying to balance it, this certain format out with this new point system. In the past, placements are very, very heavy, so they've changed that to now 15 points for chicken dinner. But you know what? This is where they balance it out. The prize pool is huge if you can survive towards the end.
Exactly, and that's what all these teams are striving for. So, I mean, I'm interested to see, again, where exactly they're going to finish off in these Super Weekends, because then, when they get the finals, it's a clean slate. And will these teams kind of play differently? Obviously, posing that question now, and we definitely don't have an answer to that just yet. I mean, this is only day one of the last Super Weekend, but it got us to say it now. Keep it in everybody's minds. Is this how all these teams are going to be competing going into the finals? Or at this point, are they just getting what they need to get done? And in the finals, are they going to be playing differently? So just putting that on the universe to definitely keep an eye on once we get into that finals portion. But of course, who's going to be in it is what really matters. And we already talked about it. Right now it's between ABIAH and Ra'ad. At this point, I really just think it's going to be between them, because the next team is Triple Vibes, and they have 118 points versus ABIAH and Ra'ad's 92. I don't know if that's achievable to jump at this point, especially since Triple Vibes is also still playing. But of course, it sounds like we're about to jump into the plane. These players are going to be ready. They got their parachutes on. They're in the plane and they're ready to jump. We're about to get into the game, Tarzan. And honestly, I'm looking forward to see this middle game. And here we go. It looks like our plane path is starting up on the north, and at least it's not a super southern plane path once again.
Well, I mean, that means I didn't get to see some crazy drops, but it might be crazy in another way, right? Like, we see this being, quite heavy towards that western side, I would say, meaning some teams can't really go to their spots, and we know there's an issue with that. Okay, let's talk about Milta. So we've got Fate Esports, a team that likes going to Milta. That is why they get early access to Southern Island in those crazy hard shifts, but a bit too far to head towards there. And then speaking of Milta Factory, Milta Power is where Ra'ad likes to go. Both teams, when they don't get to go there, they go around like Hospital, this area just to the south of South Georgia Pole. So that will be a potential clash point. Is something that Ra'ad put out from their back pocket yesterday and just really stabbed YaLLa in the back and in these early games. So I really don't know, Span. Like, I just want to see some changes coming through. Ra'ad not jumping around that segment, so maybe some interesting change heading towards Southern Island is what I seem to be looking at.
Yeah, I can see Ra'ad down there jumping out. They're going towards Ferry Pier. I wonder if they're going to be extending all the way to the military island. It might be worth it too, especially with that zone revealing itself while they're in the air. Decide to pull over towards that eastern side a bit more. That means the majority of these teams do have a big rotation ahead of them. The furthest point of this zone is completely open. So honestly, a lot of teams have the opportunity to either just move now, get a good spot, and then loot, or loot now and they're already close by and get in a little bit further. So a lot of differences, opportunity for change that we can't quite predict, I feel like, at this point, especially since there's a lot of teams down on that southern side right there.
Yeah, and you know what? It's interesting to see Ra there. They just want to get to some vehicles, seems like, and just slowly move back towards Milta side. Is very interesting because they're rotating past, a piece of land that they can actually claim. We've got a team like K12 that didn't make it in this time, and they are a team that likes playing around Ferropia and those rich compounds. So historically, they've been doing fine from that position. After all, they are, up at like 5th position still, I believe. So yes, 5th, KURD 12. So Ra'ad to not take that and just say, hey, we just drive straight through Twisted Mind, straight through all these farm areas that can be scary, and just still head towards Milta is a very rigid way to play this game. I wouldn't say I disagree with it because it's an eastern zone, but it's still like not grabbing a gun maybe like and they're just going over to the eastern side. If Twisted Mind have read the gameplay this time around, it can cause future problems, but we just focus on this game ahead of us. And man, it's going to be quite interesting because teams need to think, do we stay on that southern island for those few teams that head towards there, or do they just start crossing to the main one already?
I definitely feel like the zone is going to end more on the mainland, but for right now, teams that do find themselves on Military Island, I wouldn't be surprised if they stay there for at least Phase 1, Phase 2 pop, just so they're a little bit safer, But if no one is there right now, if they can loot fast enough, I personally feel like I would want to just send it across and grab a good location immediately. It's those people that don't want to get in any early engagements that would stay on Military Island a bit longer.
Yep, well, it seems like they made it. They made it close enough to be able to actually pass Milta as well, but that is also a little bit rigid. I'd say this could, circle around Milta to see, because we actually, if we just look at the data, the side of Fate will always just go towards like hospital area when Milta is too far. So Ra'ad could just take Milta, right? Like, there's a lot of inflexibility coming through. Yes, fine. Like, you want to go to west eastern side, good for tempo, good. We talk about the good like time window to do such thing, and the earlier the better. And this is a decent time, right? They know a good driving path is completely fine, but to the point that you didn't grab Milta and just send yourself more towards the edge just because you're used to those splits, that is, I don't think that's a good sign, Span. Like, I personally really want like versatility, adaptability, all those important things. And you see teams that are really like OP in our lobby in this tournament so far. They're not scared to make these changes.
Exactly. The entire time, you basically just have to be pretty flexible, especially with the changing of teams. At this point, we already talked about how they should be used to it, but still flexibility, no matter where that playing path or anything goes, got to be ready. No, it looks like we got a little bit of a replay. Oh, Yusuf. Okay, I was wondering what was happening over there. Yusuf just took down 2 members of iKURD Triple, and I guess that's how those 2 members were taken out pretty early on, fighting for the vehicles and guns. There you go. The benefit of dropping for the shack there and getting a gun first.
Yeah, interesting, because that's also YaLLa going slightly further away from South Georgepol. Usually Georgepol has enough cars, but if you want to branch slightly closer out to like Ruins area, of course, that would be iKURD's triple, like ground, and second game in a row span, like second Erangel game, I would say, like that they get someone to land and steal their cars away. First game was RICO Infinity because it's too far, like it's too far north. Severny, and you can see some good tune right here, new collaboration from PUBG Mobile, and I can't disagree, like, but I don't get to enjoy it as much. Maybe I need to re-enable like my music in car so I can get chilling a little bit as well. And right here, Falcons definitely just want to get back here, and wouldn't be surprised like for them to just keep going forward this. And sometimes though, the problem is, Span, there are certain circles that both Yasnaya and the Southern Island can be far. So it's about, once again, adapting to it, but you just need to know good car spawns and whatnot, and then it's fine. After all, it's some structure that you can rely on, can give you a lot of stability, a lot of, just confidence. Like, otherwise, everything's unfamiliar, then it can really, severely affect your performance.
Exactly. Also, usually when you want to go on ahead and jump out of planes, I know a good amount of people usually go and grab vehicles first, pull it into safety, so then they can go on ahead and loot, and then they have vehicles and they can leave exactly when they want to, instead of driving around and trying to find more vehicles to be able to rotate. But it looks like at this point, the majority of people don't have to worry about that too much. Here we go. We can see YaLLa from ABIAH already all the way down right to the north of farm, basically looking around that big road, seeing what compounds are open to take this early on, and surprisingly don't see anybody else around them on the mini-map just yet. So they got there early enough to really get themselves a good spot. It seems like everybody is kind of taking their time at this point. I'm still concerned, worried if anybody's going to be getting in a fight on rotation of any sort. Right now we still have all 6 teams, so that still could technically go down.
Yeah, I think it's also interesting to see teams picking a spot different to their drop spot if they are already in. So, like, really hinting against the side of Galaxy Racer, a Pachinki team. No one wants to come close. Like, we look at Pachinki yesterday, people are so like used to not touching it that even when Galaxy Racer is not in, no one wants to come close. It's like nothing to get used to, because like they would just be around once again very, very soon. And right here, Cryptics, not the first time taking this compound. NASR very aware that they need to scout for it. So those are the important basics that we're looking out for. Galaxy Racer plays along that southern side. Like, to be fair, they know those coastline very well. There are those like barn houses that they played in the past where they actually are driving back to lot and freak may crash into Real Tiger 9 soon. That is where they got the record of 22 kills on second day of the finals, I believe, last season. So let's see whether the circle allows them to play that, but it will center up. It will be Rauf that is closer, still inconclusive, Span. That is very tricky for these teams to pick a spot.
It's almost 50-50, right? I mean, it's still a little bit more on the mainland to the northern side, but it still could be worth it to stay down on the island. Still could be a really safe spot for teams if they want to, try and stay away from the majority of the teams once again. If they go on ahead and stay there for a little bit longer, they could come in with some sort of advantage. Looks like Real Tiger 9 at this point. They're holding down a spot, making sure that nobody else can get past them, and unfortunately that is Triple Vibes. Frame are already going down. There's still at least 2 left you can see in that compound. Oh, blowing up the vehicle, making sure they ensure that flush. And oh no, it looks like one of them was able to appear up on top of that little shelf there, but the rest of them are now inside of the compound trying to push as rail. There we go, a ton of Yuto going back and forth. Haven't caught each other just yet, but they're trying to make the rotations around to catch them. Toxin goes down.
Yeah, I feel like there is something that different things that they can do around here is like rotating out, like taking a car, driving it in a particular direction to bait like another peak coming through, but that will be a good one to be fair, but that car will jump like I did because that was a very quick reaction upon landing, getting into the car. It will be 1 for 2 so far. The support, no, it's last one standing. One shot could be one shot, and that will be Ramp trying to finish what's been started.
Oh my goodness, and Ramp got the surprise on one shot, but one shot able to go on ahead and turn around, get that knock, but of course Trey comes through. Jigsaw finishes that off. Triple Vibes is eliminated, and Jigsaw needs to go on ahead and try to get those reses, save the rest of his team before he continues even further. And these are the fights towards the center of the zone that we were talking about. Any team that's down there on the military island will be blissfully not being involved with this early gunfights whatsoever. But of course, ABIAH, NASR are kind of running into each other at this point. It looks like KURD, he's playing a little bit of a stealth mode here inside of this wizard tower. He just stands up. He could take down Nabo, but instead he's just going to wait for a little bit more of a better opportunity, it seems. As, yeah, now they're going to be sharing the same wizard tower for a bit.
Well, not sure whether the team NASR knows where he is because, like, okay, when we talk about textbook players, it's about clearing. Wherever you go, you just need to clear it, right? And that is also NASR being very aware that they need to clear it. And small room is where people hide. Anyway, 1 nade, we can verify that. First squad fighting on the other side. And you know what? Good push right there. Very textbook. And NASR have not let these basic slips, like dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's is exactly what you need. And brilliant hold right there. And sometimes at this level span, it's about people knowing that you will use a particular strong spot to do exactly a particular thing. So they just don't give you what you want. So it suddenly becomes, like that mind game. Okay, you think you can get something out of that strong spot? No, you won't get that. We will bait you to use that, then we'll spray you down. Like that is the PMPL level that we're looking for, right? And right now, looking forward to this circle shift as well. You know what? Give me a southern circle because I'm absolutely terrible, and I want to see how these teams play around that because it can be. Oh god, pain. Okay, this is actually quite nice because they need to first wrap up a few things. Okay, on their own side, they need to settle it first before they get to meet. So Lusail will need to settle with the side of SUDOR. They should know that this is pretty much set. No other teams are around, but after all, they don't get the spectator perspective. So let's see whether they know how to fight that out. Milter is key right there.
Of course, up on the northern side, Falcons, RICO Infinity team duking it out. Looks like RICO Infinity team losing some. Same with Falcons, though, just trading back and forth for now. Neither team are actually inside this zone, and technically Falcons is closer to the zone. So they could technically just try and disengage, get away from RICO Infinity team and find themselves a spot inside this zone, but maybe they want to take the fight. Right now, it looks like they're trying to disengage, everybody grabbing their vehicles at this point. And if they do, that'll probably get them in the best position possible because everybody is now trying to send it into the best positions inside of this new zone, so they need to get a move on if they're hoping to as well. RICO Infinity also realizing that they left them alone will be able to make their own rotation too. It's just where is the next question. This western side in the meantime is a mess, needless to say. A lot of teams trying to make the same rotations in the same areas, and they're just taking each other out one by one.
Yeah, and YaLLa actually have challenged this spot before against Galaxy Racer, and they really didn't do themselves any good. And this time round, they are also, I feel like we've seen that game together, right? Like they challenged this and then both teams just kind of die, like in the shift south. So YaLLa needs to know how to maneuver through that piece of land, like just better. Like 2 players gone just by trying to see whether they can get something out of that. So much land for them to use on that northern side for them to play edge, but they want to play clear a little bit, then they better do it well. So not quite well done right there. So yes, we gave them a call out, a bit of a shout out at the start of the day, and still, lacking some very key instincts here.
And unfortunately for YaLLa, slowly being just picked apart over and over again here. It does look like finally maybe Real Tiger 9 will start leaving alone as they get inside this zone, but of course there's still people right in front of them. You can see iKURD Triple, Galaxy Racer, a ton of teams now there to hold them out. At least there is honestly still a good amount of places for these teams to play. They just haven't found it just yet. And Lusail, SUDOR, I'm actually surprised to see that this fight hasn't already occurred yet. It hasn't already finished, because we do know that one of these teams basically has to be eliminated before the other can cross this bridge. And right now it looks like Lusail is inside zone while SUDOR is not. So they need to start kind of getting a crack on to have that fight go a little bit further so that one of these teams might actually be able to survive into this next zone.
Yeah, there are other options though. Like I think if you go towards Novo as your drop spot, you want to look at these boats early on in case you are stuck on this side. Like they could use a boat right now if they go wide, but you know what? It's go time, and want to get on that southern side, they will need to wrap this up and head into the circle. Twisted Mind has that position to guard multiple teams at the same time. It will be a mill to finish. At least half of it is still in sound. That western half is completely just farmland, so that is going to be very, very interesting main road to separate, and Lusail wants to turn these tables.
Oh, it looks like both these teams each have one knocked. Here we go. Lusail now sending it on in. SUDOR getting ready. Looks like Lusail actually lost 2, so there's 2 left. Rip! No way. Rip getting another knock into SUDOR. There we go. Switching his gun to try and take down another, and unfortunately hasn't gotten it quite yet. There we go, trying to explode the vehicle, make sure he has some sort of hard cover there, but Safe is also trying to take out. How is Rip still alive? SUDOR just cannot get rid of him, and it looks like Safe is now going for these reses, wants to make sure they're able to survive, especially because Lusail is getting these reses. No way. Rip, they needed to have gotten Rip if they were hoping to survive this, so it's still a 3v3 though, and at this point it seems kind of like a hold.
Oh no way! Rip just bought so much time. Happy feet around as well. Like when you could have gotten shot from below the car, you can die from it blowing up, like immediately eliminated. But he was able to buy so much time, and that is them actually getting the priority through. Rip has done his job. The rest of Lusail is on their way to the main island.
Yeah, they're just leaving at this point. This zone is in fact closing. It's fast and it hurts, and it looks like the last member of SUDOR is also just trying to go as well. I wonder if he might stop to try and do some sort of a res, but I honestly don't think so. I think he's going to be driving right behind the rest of Lusail, and that's obviously going to put them in a difficult position. And wait a second, looks like they have a friend there as well. It looks like they got Lazy Boy from Cryptics kind of joining them on that little rock face. And meanwhile, further inside the zone, you can see RICO Infinity team being absolutely bopped out by Falcons, but still okay for right now. Everybody again already occupying all the best positions to be able to play out of, but of course there's still more teams than spots available.
A very interesting circle, I would say. Like many pockets to be seen. Oh god, yeah, I've seen it. Like you spot him out, right?
Boy.
Like he is just waiting for the chance. Like definition of lazy is sometimes like very close to people saying like clever. So it's about efficiency, right? Make that count. And Lusail just didn't clear that, and to be fair, that's a cheeky one. And they will have learned this lesson playing around that pocket once again, because yes, they get to play it now. Like seems like military base will be their drop, and they need to always know how to fight around bridges, and farm is of course still in play. Twisted Minds is actually in such a strong position. 360 is about the support right now. That is key, but we'll find some sidelines. SUDOR needs to get some quick feed, but the answer is no. They go out, and this next shift span, I think really like spicy one. I think that no matter how it's going to go, it's going to add so much so much to this game. We get to see some very important ideas in opening fights, sometimes combining that opening with the scouting and crashing as well. Like all these things can be done at the same time, and you can see teams already keeping the position so that they get multiple angles. Ra'ad get blessed, Fate also OP in their spot. RICO Infinity can control from that northern side, otherwise all flat in the open.
Yeah, those are really the only places that are playable. Maybe also that little hill up to that northwestern side, but that's about it. There's definitely too many teams around in these areas to go and play those places safely. So these teams kind of have to decide, are we going to go on ahead and just crash one of these good viable spots that are actually playable, or are we just going to turn and try to take out our neighbors for those kill points? At this point, I mean, it's just up to the team. Depends on how they play and the location inside this zone, but Twisted Minds are already kind of turning towards Galaxy Racer. Galaxy Racer probably going to turn towards them, and of course the solo from Cryptics Lazy Boy down to the south. Same with all the decisions that are happening on this northern side, as well as YaLLa now pulling up to that hill. It looks like Falcons, that's what they decided they wanted to play at as well, and they're gonna try to stop each other. Oh my goodness, that nade, if it was just a little bit more cooked, last would have been knocked right now from Powerful, but instead, oh my goodness, instead, okay, Powerful still gets the knock. I thought that Powerful was gonna get down there, and YaLLa's out.
Like,
wow.
Man, it's getting caught in the middle. Like the game plan is not quite clear. It's actually other teams playing well as well, and you can see, like, yes, Falcons don't have a spot yet, but they know there's still a good amount they can do outside of the circle. We've seen them play that before, and I'm thinking about the Galaxy Racer as well. There's no way that they can go so wide on the western side that they can be completely spared, but if they want to play coastal line, it's possible. But Falcons not giving up yet, and that will just be the matter of 2 inches that got bumper knocked.
Ooh, and now, yeah, NASR, they're just waiting. Also up on top of the hill. This is the hill that I was talking about. It looks like Falcons, they really wanted it first, but NASR got in front of them. Batika kind of going on ahead and baiting them, trying to figure out where they are. A little bit more with the buggy, but it works out, actually. Falcons last gets down because of that. And at this point, I'm kind of curious if RICO Infinity team is also going to want to go ahead and push up there and get rid of the people on their north, or if they're still just going to stick to their safety. Obviously, oh man, I don't know, staying there is probably better, but unless they want kills, if they want to go ahead and jump Fade again, that could be an option for them. Oh.
There's not many options, as you can see. Like, teams just like, I just want an extra bush here and there, and that is why the circle is just so hard to play. Like, and this is why I've been talking about map knowledge all the time, because it's really down to that one rock span. Like that makes such a huge difference. Pick the wrong tree and it's GG. And right now NASR's nil, like, just showing great shape. Actually, this team has some great showing last season. I mean, even for this one, they've just really, the downfall was missing the second super weekend, but they're coming back in strong. Let's see whether they take this one. Need to rotate into circle. That is a dreadful one for all these teams.
Well, it looks like Batika will take down another member of the Falcons. There should just be one left. Yep, it's going to be KWT. The rest of NASR slowly getting closer. They just want to get rid of this fight at this point. Batika's going to be driving through with the buggy. It looks like he's going to be running into the vehicle, unfortunately, so he won't be able to get that knock, that run over. And KWT is going to take advantage of that. Down goes Batika, trying to go for the flush as well. Doesn't quite finish it off, though. There we go, now going around that buggy to try and do it, but no way! Doesn't actually get it before being blown up by the nade. Batika, though, I still don't think they'll be able to get that rest, as this next zone is already moving once again.
Well, you can see Galaxy Racer is playing that style. They know they want to sweep out this side first. They're trying to clear before getting in, but here comes the blue. Is going to hurt so much. Twisted Mind playing along that spot can still get in, but the next spot entry get destroyed. And Ra'ad in the God compound right now. If there's anything that can spoil them, it would be the high ground from the north.
Ra'ad had these compounds first, but it looks like KURD squad and now Twisted Minds are getting involved. There we go, Twisted Minds, unfortunately, kind of confusingly, not just crashing onto the actual good compound, instead stopping by some stuff by the road, and that means Ra'ad and Twisted Minds are just going to be able to pepper them with bullets and utility. There's only one left, if I'm not mistaken, and Ra'ad at this point, they're just able to hunker down and wait to see if they can take down KURD squad pushing on top of them now. Oh, there you go. KURD squad pushing across the street now. There we go, pushing up inside of the building. A lot of bullets coming through, and no way. There we go. Another member of Rod goes down, trying to catch out Munir too. He does, and that was it. That is the end for Rod. Eliminated in 6th place. 5 teams are now left, and KURD squad honestly has a great location inside of this zone. They just need to finish off Twisted Minds right below them, and they're already turning around and doing a ton of damage to RICO Infinity team as well. Of course, right below them is, of course, Galaxy Racer. Not anymore, just kidding. Galaxy Racer eliminated from the beautiful nade there from Lathe, from Fate, and that means we're down to 4 teams.
Well, hay bales, very, very important in this one. And you know what? That was great by KURD squad. They noticed that if they don't go now, they can get third party. It's a compound to clear. Otherwise, like, if it shifts away, then people from the compound kill us when we are running away. So these type of fights are extremely important. It could well be, or could well have been, I would say, the game-winning fight. And then we talk about Ridgeline, we talk about this small bit of elevation, but will that still be enough? The answer is yes, but the next phase can come through very soon as well, and it will. But you know what? Right in town, we're not quite finished yet. Twisted Mind get eliminated, and KURD squad, hey, just proving me wrong. We talked about them not playing a very dominating game. They just want to prove everybody wrong, and they get a good spot in the circle. This is huge for this squad.
Them being able to take over that compound from Ra'ad honestly is probably the game-changing moment for them. We'll have to wait and see though. RICO Infinity team, as you can see, has the tiniest little ridge here still. I don't think it's inside zone though, so they need to get rid of their enemies across the field from them. And of course it's going to be both Fate and KURD squad. Fate the furthest away from this zone though. You can see they're already tossing out a ton of smokes, trying to get further inside this next zone. They still have a vehicle, and I don't know where they're going to pull up. You already said this hay bales are important in this situation, and they very much are, because there's nowhere else to play. I have a feeling that Fate might be the next team eliminated unless they go for something drastic here.
Cool. So many utilities, and see whether they can thread the needle. To be fair, if they've got vehicles, there might be a way, but you can see 2 teams watching over them like hawks, and that is just so hard to come through. But you know, Anas can be very cheeky and make sure that he's got a side entry as well. But Fate may be close enough. The pickup does come through. 20 meters are so far in this type of circle. The utilities have not extended to this bit of ground, but there we go, just slowly making it in. Would that be quite enough? Ragnarok, guess not.
KURD squad also looks like they're being slowly ripped apart too. I mean, Volta is out. Unknown had gotten knocked, but it looks like the res comes through. They're also struggling to get inside this next zone. RICO Infinity team is really the team that has the most control inside of this next zone, but they're still just barely inside. There we go. You can see FaZe going to survive. It has a little bit of cover here now, and it's still just, man, it's just coming down to a matter of who's going to be able to spot who out with the better sight lines at this point. Otherwise, everything's pretty easy for each other. Equal, I mean. Lathe goes down. Fidon goes down. Everybody's slowly losing one.
It's a good rotation path coming from KURD squad as well, knowing that they want to slowly swap out on one side, smoking the left side, and then just maybe challenge this top spot, and that will be Aram can be in position to completely spoil this. Found a good dip as well for reset.
Ooh, RICO Infinity team now trying to lay prone. I mean, KURD squad getting closer and closer. They're able to toss over some utility, doing a lot of damage to RICO Infinity team. RICO Infinity team only have 2 left. Of course, KURD squad still has 3, and Fate has 2 in the field as well. At this point, Fate should be able to have sight lines on to KURD squad if they try to push up that hill, but otherwise, KURD squad and RICO Infinity team are the 2 closest teams to each other. Probably going to be taking each other out first. Can't quite see where this next zone's going to be going, but it's just pushing everybody together.
Man, that could have been huge. Like, Ragnarok's pretty spot on with those utilities, but you know what? It's about timing them right, and to be fair, that was decently timed. Right now, this is the problem, right? RICO Infinity have ran out of Ridgeline. There's no 30 meters to go down. Can they even make it work? Do they still have utilities? This is very tough.
Oh, they sent one with the vehicle, and Anasa decided to stay there. Down goes Ragnarok. That means that Fate only has Reef left. Meanwhile, KURD squad, Rami slowly getting closer. There we go, spotting out RICO. Infinity team, he gets the second one as well. That is huge for KURD squad, and they take away that chicken dinner with a good amount of kills. That is insane. Did RICO Infinity just forget to look up the side of the hill? They're too distracted by Fate.
Yeah, I think it's about utilities rationing as well. Like towards the late game, they've got nothing to completely clear that side, and that was also the issue when they're too tunneled onto Fate and giving an entry path for KURD squad to strike from the side. But Aaron made that work. Like, to be fair, that is probably the setup problem that we talked about in the past. Like, knowing how to secure a spot is so important. A side threat was allowed, so it's these small things that KURD squad got themselves a chicken dinner, and we need to go back and have a quick check to see whether that is the first one. I think that is in fact the first chicken in the Super Weekend. So 3 squads taking the first one in the Super Weekend 3, right? And that is going to be quite interesting because they now know how it tastes, and then they can use that to play better.
Very true. It looks like Galaxy Racer is getting a little bit of a run for their money now. Haven't won one just yet. I mean, still with 7 wins overall for the Super Weekends. That's still an insane step. And we know that this last league play kind of shook them up, and it looks like it's kind of being shaken up into the Super Weekend as well. But let's take a look at the match rankings, how many points everybody exactly was able to pick up from this crazy game. And it does look like, in fact, KURD squad running away with the highest place of points and 14 kill points. Insane. 29 total points. The next most kills is going to actually go to NASR, who, as you can see, went out pretty early, but with the 10 kill points, still got themselves 12 total points.
Yeah, it's honestly a very respectable way to play the game. Like, they were stuck around the edges anyway. So it's fighting their way in until they couldn't really have a spot. Like, they fought off the last team as well, like on that western side, is Galaxy Racer, knowing that is an opportunistic moment to even just take more kills. So NASR actually did a very, very good job, I would say, and just the trade that needs to come through the fights on that side. But you know what? A very, very decent game by many of these teams. Like, it's honestly extremely hard to find a way to survive around those skirmishes. It's all about the timing, like weak side, that third party are all on the table for that type of circle, and the predictions, painful, right? Like, for that playing path as well, and coming into here, team, like the decision making process span, would it go the other way? Oh, it's still inconclusive. It's painful, but they just shown a lot of class.
They have indeed. And also, as you can see, looking at this second match ranking as well, we can see that ABIAH Esports grabbing 3 points only. We know that Ra'ad picked up 6. It looks like Triple Vibes has 0 points from this match. Those are our current 3 teams towards the bottom of that leaderboard. So honestly, now that I'm kind of wondering if Triple Vibes is going to kind of be jumped. I mean, just getting closer and closer. There's still a lot of games left ahead. They got to go ahead and pose the question now, of course. But let's take a look at our MVPs as well from that crazy match. And whoa, okay, right across the board, all members from KURD squad. I mean, they did absolutely insane when it comes to kills, so not quite surprised. J9 getting 5 kills, 608 damage, 5 kills for Aram as well, 588, and a kill for Unknown with 867 damage. Just so much damage output from the positioning that they were able to grab.
Yeah, it's actually pretty impressive. Like, we know them as a squad that's either going around Kameshki or to the southwestern side. They want to slow things down, but they just took every position like they are the boss in town. Like, this type of stats you don't get if you play stealthy. Like, you need to make something happen wherever you go. You need to be, confident to get the most out of every spot you play, and that was a great win by KURD squad. Really, like, even when it comes to stats, it's no surprise that they took that game with the well-deserved chicken dinner money.
Do not disagree. Somehow we're just holding on the entire time coming out of that last building. But here we go. Here's an overall ranking. Let's see how they do in terms of where they're able to jump. Now they've grabbed that 5th place position. Okay, we were kind of wondering if that was going to happen eventually. KURD 12 Esports mean they're going to finally fall down a singular spot into 6th place. But of course, the higher up they go, that's where they want to be. Galaxy Racer still holding on to the top position. RICO Infinity team once again claiming the second place, though. Otherwise, the rest of these teams still looks pretty much the same. Again, the most change should be happening on that second leaderboard half. Everybody here still pretty safe, still pretty close in points, though. Still just one big game, but of course, definitely safe in my opinion.
Yep. I mean, right now I think it's just interesting, especially the middle part around like 7th to like 12th. I would say some big question marks. Like it can really just go any way. Like it can really reshuffle many times. Like it's really about games, like teams. I would say making big impressions in big games, and you suddenly just realize that you should have paid more attention. But right now, I think SUDOR is in a very interesting spot. I think it's interesting to compare them with NASR as well. Like both teams, they missed one super weekend each. NASR missed the second one, SUDOR missed the first one. They have played the same amount of points, but have a pretty decent lead compared to the rest of the lobby. If they just keep playing at this, how should I say, the average point per game, then they can join that middle pack.
And it also looks like Ra'ad took that 16th place position. Once again, ABIAH jumping down to that 17th position. It's seriously just going to be a game of them swapping back and forth this entire time, needless to say. So it looks like in this situation, ABIAH, they have to go on ahead and make up a couple more points once again. So again, not surprised to see how our overall rankings are just yet. And of course, we still have 2 matches of today left. And we're about to be going into Sanhok, Tarzan. So some pretty exciting stuff. Got to see some aggressive gameplay. And of course, I'm going to ask you some questions on what teams you want to look at after this short break. Let's go on ahead and get inside the lobby. We'll see you guys shortly.
Mr. D. Like this.
Welcome back, Span and Tarzan here, and of course, No Live, our PUBG Mobile Pro League 2021 official media partner. All here to go ahead and bring you guys our second to last game of today's games, day one of Super Weekend number 3. So we're about to go into Sanhok, Tarzan, and I already kind of prefaced what I wanted to ask you. What are you expecting?
Yes, I expect YaLLa Esports and Twisted Mind to fight it in boot camp once again. But you know what? We had some very interesting series of event last time around because Real Tiger 9 dropped around the trifecta compound and like to add these early pressure to slowly just work their way up to the boot camp hill. And last time, 3 teams want to take them down for doing that. Actually, both YaLLa and Twisted Minds decided to not go to boot camp and just wait for this team on the outside. It was brilliant to watch. And so it's a mind game this time around again. I have a feeling that they just want to hot drop into boot camp once again, but Real Tiger then would just slow down and not just go too bold, claiming that hill position.
Okay, well then, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what exactly they're going to decide to do. Because, I mean, I feel like over the course of the league play and the Super Weekends, we have seen a couple of different approaches. Mainly during league play, it's because, you know, some teams kept going back and forth on when they're playing the Sanhok matches, especially through week 2 of league play when it was mainly Sanhok and Erangel. So coming into this, there's only one match of Sanhok per day. So there isn't that chance to go ahead and kind of get warmed up per day in Sanhok. There's just that one chance. So honestly, I'm not really sure what to expect, but that could be one of the things we end up seeing. We'll have to wait and see. And we don't have to wait too long. The game should be starting soon. Yeah, more data, exactly.
More data,
please.
But I'll give you some more before we head in, before we grab more. RICO Infinity team, 2 out of 3 Sanhok games, they got double-digit chicken dinners last Super Weekend, right? So, repeat, maybe. They work their way from north down south to around boot camp, knows how to clear, know how to fight. So, that is another thing that I'm looking out for. I mean, teams should know that they are strong from Paradise Resort and working their way down. And so, yeah, so many possibilities, like, to be fair, at this time span. And Circle won't add too much change to it. And I think that's also the beauty and the problem with Sanhok. And yeah, like, I do want early action. I'm terrible, I know, but it's been great to watch. You know, this tug of war between YaLLa Esports and Twisted Mind is a mind game.
Man, you're evil. You want them to feel pain. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, it is always exciting to see that early fighting, and it's always easy to see how they're going to adapt the next time it happens, especially when they know it's going to happen. They're like, okay, here we go again. Let's get hyped. Let's go in with our new idea, new plan, and what exactly they're going to do, and see how it actually unfolds. I mean, that's basically what the entirety of Sanhok is, right? It's oh man, this happened last time. We weren't expecting that rotation, or we definitely know that these rotations usually come into play. How can we go ahead and play this a little bit differently to make up for that, or to use that knowledge to our advantage? There's always going to be somebody around you coming into Sanhok. So, I mean, that's probably why RICO Infinity ended up being able to do really well the past couple of Sanhoks, because we know that they're a team that can team fight and can chain fight. So they can play together, and they can, of course, go on ahead and fight over and over again with the ability to reset in between. And it looks like we're about to be jumping into the plane. We don't have to wonder any longer, because Sanhok is about to start. All of them are inside the plane, and Tarzan, oh man, I'm looking forward to it. Let's see what's going to happen around that boot camp area. And here we go. Into the game we go.
Let's go. Man, hey, this is going to be a nice one. And I think let's just bet. I don't know. It's not about being right. I just want to see that, you know, teams know, at least do the level of homework that we do, and then make something good out of it. So, yes, playing path doesn't really matter even for this one, unless you want to go towards the very edge of Camp Alpha to the northwestern side. Otherwise, you should be able to just get to wherever you want. It's about, you know, having a good split, I would say, to make sure that you use your I button well, because yes, that is very tricky. You can't outdo the zone, you can't outdo the playing path, because it's just a small map. So that means early game preparation and studying equally important. YaLLa heading towards boot camp. Seems like Twisted might have a little bit of a different idea this time around.
Interesting. I could definitely see at least one person from Twisted Minds inside of boot camp. The other one's still kind of outside of boot camp. But of course, this first zone is also pulling over towards the western side. This is going to have us and all of these teams just wondering where the heck these next couple of zones are going to go, because it still has all 3 islands inside of play. There isn't a definite movement that these teams know that they have to make just yet. Oh, there we go. We can start seeing the red pinging happening in Best Side Boot Camp. That means somebody is hurting somebody. YaLLa and Twisted Minds are finally going at it. As for everybody else, there's a couple of teams right next to each other, but otherwise still spread out enough where there isn't as big of a fight of what is happening right here. Powerful, of course, pushed super far forward, trying to go on ahead and get a little bit of an advantage versus the enemy just inside. The rest of his team can't quite make it over to help him out because they're kind of stuck in the little dip below. Oh, and that's a shotgun. Of course, these early fights, close range fights, are going to have a shotgun, and it looks like Vigors is going to be able to take down Powerful really quickly. Here comes the rest of YaLLa. No, Vigors! No way, gets another one. Another one is right in front of him. Could he get another one? No, he cannot, but still did a bunch of great work. D7 now, that was the last one up for YaLLa. You can see Twisted Minds is just down to Wade, 830. So it's a 1v1. It looks like D7 finally just spotted out the last opponent. The thing is that for YaLLa, they can start getting these reses happen. For Wade, they cannot. They're too far away from the rest of the team. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds, I think, needed this last member there with them. Here we go, trying to toss out some util. Oh, but the flushes are happening. It's officially just down to Wade. No way, and T7 didn't go for the res onto Yusuf. There we go, maybe the Vanguard. No! Wait a second, the perfect angle through that window. YaLLa Esports is eliminated. Wait, no way. Instead of going for the res on the person upstairs, he tried going for Vanguard down below, and that is what costs them the game.
Okay, you know what? It's the small things. What happened there? Of course, Twisted Mind go for a very different title split. They want to set a way there from across. That is pretty far for support if you didn't get early luck in these early guns. But what really turned the tables there was when the not members of Twisted Mind decide to crawl and get info. That Molly took out 90% of Ida's health and then just a pre-fire through that window to finish that fight. That was brilliant to watch. That is why you just need to make use of any bit of your ability, anything that you can see and use, and that is it. That was brilliant comms and making the most out of a bad situation. Twisted Mind deserved that one. We need to wait for a rematch tomorrow in the same spot.
The only thing is that there's only one of them left. I mean, Twisted Minds at least got the 4 points in this game, but that also means that the other team got 3, of course. So Twisted Minds, let's see. I mean, that solo can still have a big impact. I mean, we've already seen multiple games past where the solo went on ahead and changed the entire course of a game for a different team, was able to go ahead, stay alive into the top 3, second place, wherever place to get themselves some more points. So the last member for Twisted Minds can still have this be a big game for the team. Definitely in a better spot than, of course, YaLLa already taken out. So we'll just have to wait and see. Meanwhile, everybody else starting to end the looting phase once again, trying to start moving a little bit closer to the, I don't really know what to call it, the kind of the center, the best ability to try and get ready for no matter where this next zone pops.
I would say in positions that, I don't know, has options, maybe. It's hard to give it a name, but that is going to be Triple Vibes striking in here. Like, it's a repeat as well. We've got Vibes playing around those high hills and then Falcons maybe more along the coastline. This time round is a little bit of a resoft shuffle as well. Like, Bomber wants to take the hill and then, you know, the side of Triple Vibes want to play wide. But this is also interesting what's happening as well. Galaxy Racer actually feeling the pain of fate in this one. I'm not quite sure where that happened, because it's just probably the southern side, because we know being a Sami team like Galaxy Racer needs to push through a lot of grounds, and I think that is, of course, that like most current bit of action. But we're talking about a bigger team fight. I think it would happen around the Ruins Bridge between SUDOR and Ra'ad. Ra'ad likes going to Tambang. Ruins would be the home for SUDOR Esports, and they've been playing this game like time and time again, where if it goes towards the main side on that east, then SUDOR would set some traps for Ra'ad, but Ra'ad has, the ability to turn the tables from time to time. But right now, both will need to head over to the Northwest Island, just more likely based on landmass, right, Span? So they can fight still around there. Is about, once again, getting some bait off if that is something that they want to do.
Oh man, I'm just watching this. I'm slowly getting more and more worried here. I mean, Bumpa is just trying to watch where Triple Vibes are going to be pulling out of the water here. And Falcons, I feel like they are super split apart. We can't even see Bumpa's next teammate on this mini-map. That's how far away he is. He's just trying to get the information for the rest of his team, though. Further inland on the big part of Sanhok, though, it looks like Real Tiger 9 ABIAH trying to make themselves a little bit closer towards the coast. And it looks like Real Tiger 9 have to push through ABIAH first. Of course, this game is going to weigh heavily on ABIAH now being in that 17th place position. They're only 3 points away from Ra'ad, but of course those 3 points, they need to go on ahead and make up for them almost immediately. And if they get in this early fight, I mean, they have to come out on top, basically.
Yeah, to be fair, I think they're doing slightly better compared to Ra'ad, because Ra'ad just playing their usual game, whilst ABIAH has some more explosion coming through. That is what we want. And you can see RICO Infinity right in here. They know this is where fight happen. So it's about coming in and see what's left. Teams probably got taken out so quickly that maybe it's not completely looted. It's just really clearing out, making sure that no one can step them behind on this sweep down south. We talked about them doing something similar in the past when it comes to macro rotation and getting double-digit kills and chicken dinner at the same time, right? So that is knowing when to not give any info. That is vital. Just don't move, don't give anything away, don't even pull the pin. But you know what, he did. So hopefully he can find the best time to do that, because RICO Infinity don't want to let anyone go. And I think this is also showing the one area that people always overlook, right? It's kill feed awareness. With kill feed awareness, they know it's down to one player and they want to find him. But this side, the third party comes through. Vibes want to set other traps and let go of their strongest position. Now Lusail can come in to spoil things.
Last time we were looking at that, Lusail was nowhere in the area, but now, of course, they have appeared aggressively. Looks like Azrael is down, slowly bleeding out on the side of Triple Vibes for a way, but Toxin, one shot is a little bit closer. Ooh, that nade might be good on a one shot. No, just barely bouncing off and towards our direction. So the other direction, not going to hit one shot. Toxin taking kind of low, though. I mean, they're trying to trade back this util, but haven't quite caught just yet. Lusail, I wonder where the last two members of Lusail are, and if they can somehow make some sort of a rotation on this northern side to take them out. And oh, well, there you go. In the kill feed, it looks like the last member of Twisted Minds was just found out by RICO Infinity team.
I mean, just doing, you know what, it's something that looks extremely simple, or almost not quite time efficient, but absolutely essential. We see so many teams not wanting to do that, and then cause themselves a lot of trouble. But you know what? It's the first time in a very long time span that we get a southwestern circle. That island is annoying to play around. We've got ruins and all that stuff. So teams play around the outskirts, thinking that it's tricky to come into this island. Maybe they need to make their way in. So Triple Vice suddenly get just reverse gate capped in this position, and still Falcons in close proximity. If they really want to rotate pretty straight, but I need to use my better pictorial memory to think where were they the last time I saw them. But this circle already very saturated.
Yeah, going down to the southwestern side, I mean, first of all, the terrain down there on the southwestern island of Sanhok, in my opinion, is quite interesting once again, because there's a lot of big hills and then otherwise big completely out in the open sides of the mountains and roads. Really, it's the teams that find themselves a position up on top of those big hills, I feel like, are going to be in the best situation. And oh, wait a second, are those shots coming in from another Lusail member? Yes, they are. I was saying, where's the last two? They could make rotation on the north, and it looks like they're doing so. Toxin spotted out. There's a Slum now trying to push even closer, has the ump. They know that only at least one is left, and it's going to be one shot. There you go, pulling out the Tommy gun, slowly getting ready, knows the push is going to be happening shortly. And he can hear the footsteps. There we go, gonna stand up, going for the spray, not quite gonna hit once again. It's just, oh man, just Lusail needs to get together and just make this big push happen, but Salam is gonna do it anyway, pushing the old by themselves. So right now, one of the teammates is right behind him, and they don't even need them anyway. Triple Vibes eliminated, 13 teams left.
It could have been wrong. I mean, like, you can definitely get a more efficient 2v1, right? Like, that is why we were just waiting to see whether the actual pinch can come through. But KURD Squad, this has been a pretty amazing day for them. I mean, chicken dinner money, man, I would want to know how that tastes like. I will never get to do that, Span. I don't know yet. Maybe sometime in this life, I may get a little bit of an epiphany and try to do that. I'll let you know, like, when I actually do that. I'm not sure whether that's going to happen though, but you're absolutely right. For this side of the map is brilliant because it allows so many different types of play. We've got these mountains that you mentioned to basically dissect the map. Like when we talk about one, for example, we've got, you know, that bit between ruins and Tambang. Once you cross that halfway, then you just get, you know, 2 down slope, like both ways, left and right, east and west. And same for the side of some of these hills to the west side of Painan, right? They are historically very strong, but once you go past that one bit right in the center, it's like all downhill and quite open. So it's how these landscape gets dissected just by like these physical structures that is really making this amusing.
Oh man, it looks like Falcons and Lusail are going to be running into each other once again. I'm surprised that they're trying to push to the northern side to get done with this fight instead of trying to commit to getting on the islands below. Like, what do you think that they could be deciding with those decisions?
It's very hard to say. I think they just need to clear out the site first, because you know, like just rotating down south, like still with that high ground advantage, like Falcons can cause some disruption, right? That is the issue right now. But the problem is, like, you can get a wider rotation maybe through the ruins bridge if they decided to go slightly earlier. And right now, Falcons with the vehicles can actually go for that type of rotation instead of coming in to the trifecta where RICO Infinity is holding. That's the textbook position. Of course, there's someone there. So it's about, you know, threading the needle right now. The best timing to go and try to maybe set up one Overwatch to just eliminate one threat and then get an opening.
Yeah, so it looks like Lusail might just be waiting at this point. They don't want to push up. Falcons, though, need to push down, and you're right. I feel like they should go towards the side of that ruins bridge, because if they just go straight down, they're going to run to Lusail, and RICO Infinity team is definitely holding that trifecta compound, as you called it. I mean, there is a little bit of space if they were to take that bridge to be able to cross, but, I mean, it just seems like that they're waiting at this point. That blue zone is slowly moving on in, and they do have vehicles. Okay, here we go. Now I guess they're deciding to move as the play area is now restricting. And, oh man, I'm curious to see where they're going to end up. Meanwhile, everybody more on this mainland, it kind of went towards a 50-50, right? We definitely thought it was going to end on this southwestern island. And I mean, it still can, but it kind of pulled back onto the mainland 50% as well.
Very hard circle to play. Like, this is one of those hills that we talk about, you know, can look into Painan, but right here NASR wants to strike hard, and that is the aggression. Nothing new for us, and they are so good in team fighting. Compound play, open play, clean white, 4-0 right in there. Like, it's like within 20 seconds, like from the first knock. But you know what? Falcons can't escape from fights continuously, and they are now down to those duos trying to make work done still.
I'm surprised. KURD Squad was actually able to get to this compound first, and I thought that they were just going to continue on, go to the bridge, and maybe scout on in before moving, but it looks like instead they took a little bit too long, and Falcons is able to actually win the fight against them because they were able to take, it just took a little bit too long to actually leave the position. So that means Falcons still hurt, though. It's just down to Neverlone and Bumpa left. Got to go ahead and punch out Unknown, you know, but it looks like the rest of KURD Squad was able to escape, but if I'm not mistaken, I think there's only one of them left. Yeah, that's what it looks like here, and they have 1 point so far, but obviously not the best. And Lusail somehow actually made it across the bridge a tiny bit. Well, honest, he's trying to make sure that the rest of them don't make it across. There's one really close by that if you're not careful enough might get punished.
Well, that's it. JG Salam, like, goodbye. Like, there's no way that he can leave that without getting lasered down. I mean, that is what they should do from that compound. Like, RICO Infinity is so strong in Sanhok. Like, I mean, they just know how to play this game so well, and you can see just from those small things, top right minimap where we see it, there's small angles, but you know what, that can be a spoiled but quick response coming from SK Ton, and that is maybe that window that they can get Salam in, but I really doubt it. Like, if there's anything that bit of surprise could get, it's for him to jump into water. right? But that didn't come through like quick enough either, and just died to the zone. And this circle, man, it feels like we've gone through so many shifts already and just keep pushing our brains around, and we get to see this hill already claimed by ABIAH and the side of Fate. So they get to play one of these sort of hills that you talk about, very, very strong against Painan, but then, you know, sharing it is another issue. Like, very, very hard to make these small decisions, but Galaxy Racer wants to clear this one.
And it looks like it's the last member of KURD squad left. Galaxy Racer probably saw him or heard him somehow inside of here. There we go. Rumby's trying to push out. He's able to get one, but Hamady is there to get the trade, of course, with the DBS. And now, I mean, if we looked on the northern side, if we look down here where Galaxy Racer are, they have a pretty open entry further inside of the circle.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, but you know, like, this is one of those compounds where, like, once you go up the hill, it's pretty open and people can look down, and that is kind of just what happens. Like, you can, like, that is the open, like, behind, like, from there. And interesting to see a DBS. I feel like it's actually a very good shout to take these. Like, when you're down to solo, you want to take quick squad-wise 1v2s and 3s. It's actually one of the most underrated weapon on this map. So for Hamody to take that up as the MVP from last season, like, maybe he's trying to change the meta.
Could be. Might want to go ahead and just use that for all of the potential close range fighting. That's the thing about Sanhok, though, is that there is opportunity for long range knocks and fights to happen, but the majority of them are directly on top of each other. So probably knowing that, he decided to go ahead and grab that shotgun, which are so effective in these close range fights. And it looks like our first point of high density. A ton of people trying to move here. SUDOR Esports getting in a fight with Raad here, and of course getting shot in the back by RICO Infinity team, making a rotation on this northern side as well. So these teams have to be a little bit careful if they're outside now. Got to cut off those sight lines. So Raad, though, is in fact going to fall, trying to take the compound from SUDOR. It's not quite going to work.
Like, it's about time, right? We talk about them crashing around ruins in Tambang area. They've avoided long enough. Now, RICO Infinity took that time to rotate in. It's a good shout. They got some damage down, but now is a very linear plan that they need to pull off. It's straight crash, baiting, and then spray down everyone who's trying to peek.
Yeah, RICO Infinity team, I mean, this is really their only opportunity, the only entry into this zone that they're probably going to want to take, and why not going ahead and push onto SUDOR while they should be a little bit low. I mean, they are fine. They're about 75 HP, though. Haven't quite gotten to full HP after that fight, so RICO Infinity team, yeah, heck yeah, you know, they want to go ahead and take advantage of that. A bunch of utils, Molotovs landing around the members of SUDOR. Looks like not quite going to hit in. The push coming through from at least one of the members of RICO Infinity team. I'm surprised that they're not going to get the push. Doesn't matter. He has a DBS. Who needs a teammate when you have a shotgun? So down goes another member of SUDOR. Safe is down 2, and that just leaves 1 left to try and take on the rest of RICO Infinity team. Here we go. A nade even coming through. Oh, he runs away from the door just in time. This zone will pull towards them. This compound is not an inside zone, but SUDOR, I mean, if he's able to kind of distract RICO Infinity team for long enough, that might put RICO Infinity team in a bad position, but we'll just have to wait and see. Already prepping for the push.
Well, it's time to clear them out because the circle can just start to get a little bit more populated on that entry side, and you don't want anyone to get to the center. And there comes the job done. Beautiful one. And seems like it's the meta, DBS by Prestige, and this time they can get in from the slow side of the zone. Hopefully they can get to high ground quick enough, Span, because like that high ground is extremely deadly. Like ABIAH with the split, this is very aggressive as a split. Like, if teams know just how to survive from every end, they can just be taken out one by one. And from behind, of course, is Fate. They played loud, and that means ABIAH can look from that south, and then also challenging them is NASR, making sure the backdrop's there. Nabo is trying to secure the rotation for the rest of his team.
Yeah, Nabo unfortunately kind of stuck in Painan for right now. That blue zone is slowly overtaking him. He might be able to run now. I think Fate's a little bit distracted on the res. Nope, just distracted from the blue zone now coming on in. And of course, it could actually catch out Fate. Nice shots coming in from Batika, taking down another member of Fate. And you're right, ABIAH is now there to take them down. That is Fate eliminated once more. 6 teams are now left. It looks like ABIAH kind of getting punished, but at least one of them has a little bit of a foothold inside this zone. Of course, the fighting continues. There's RICO Infinity team running into Cryptics. Here we go. It looks like Anas is currently down, but still have 3 of them still up. As for the side of Cryptics, I believe they're all still fine. 1, currently down. Oh no, Marshall's out, Senkai's down, so it's a 2v3 happening right now. And obviously, not inside zone. There's going to be Rail Tiger 9 holding them out right in front of them. Same with Galaxy Racer. No way, there's just too many people around them to start focusing on one team at a time. They have to shoot everybody at once.
Oh god, it's going to be Galaxy Racers just having nowhere to run. It's the pinch coming through from both sides. It's the transition back into maybe heel strat that is needed. Look at Raouf, how can he do that? That is just absolutely illegal. But right now the blue zone's coming in, making it absolutely tricky. But Hamodi, he doesn't only have the shotgun, he's got the spray still down. And this Western Edge span is bloodbath.
Yeah, looks like RICO Infinity team will fall. Cryptics still alive with Real Tiger 9 holding them out, but it does look like Galaxy Racer will be eliminated. Real Tiger 9 being able to turn on them in time. And meanwhile, NASR, he's slowly hearing that in the distance, is trying to get closer. Same with ABIAH, but of course, Cryptics trying to make the big push happen. Real Tiger 9 is still right beside them. Don't focus on the next enemy when there's still somebody right beside you, but they can't quite see them until the last spray from Nebo from NASR goes into the smoke. Real Tiger 9 eliminated 3 teams left. They've already spotted ABIAH down on the southern side. They can't quite leave that building in. The blue zone is already moving. They're about to be completely encased with hurt. Of course, NASR being the biggest team, 4 still alive. They have the center of the zone. Really, their biggest threat will be Cryptics, and at least NASR has the advantage of holding them out.
Well, they can really expand the control in the circle and make sure Cryptics got no way in, but ABIAH making it to top 3, this is so important for them, but same for the side of NASR. They missed that second super weekend span, and they came in with the aggression that we know them for, and that is going to be a very tricky one, and Cryptics being a little bit reserved. They don't want to go in just like that, but the blue zone is now chasing behind them.
Yeah, NASR definitely want these points. Currently in 14th place right now. If they're able to just get one big win, that could jump them up a good amount. There you go, jumping for some information. They see all that smoke in front of them, so instantly are going to be tossing over a ton of utility. Ooh, El Chapo was in the middle of all of that. Fortunately, didn't take too much damage, but they're still not inside zone. Lazy Boy, however, nice nade coming in from Nebo. That means Cryptics have 2 left. ABIAH was also making a rotation in that direction, but Senkai will be able to spot him out. Not before he goes down there. There's only 1 left. And it looks like the last spray, the vehicle coming into play. NASR have secured that win for themselves.
Wow. Like, you know what? In this past games span, like NASR played the aggression the cleanest. They wrap fights up so quick. It's like people don't even have time to respond and think what's the next thing to do. And it's just an automated, well-oiled machine just rush in. Like endgame doesn't need whatever comms, just they automatically knows what to do, and that is why we were surprised that they didn't make the second week, but now they come back and fragging hard, $1,000 to the pocket as well.
And let's take a look at that match ranking really quickly as well, because this is going to influence the overall. But one by one, of course, NASR were able to pick up 13 kill points from that game for a total of 28. And I mean, Cryptics was also able to pick up a good amount of kills with 7 for 19. And the next one, RICO Infinity team, I mean, they were on fire for the longest time. They got 9 kill points, but were taken out a little bit too early compared to the rest. Only 4 placement points, getting them a total of 13. As for these other teams, I mean, they had spots inside these zones. They were able to pick up some placement points, but weren't able to pick up as many kill points. And on the extreme other side, we see Falcons, Lusail, 1 placement point each, but 4 kill points. I mean, that's just a case from those early fights that we saw.
Yeah, and you know what? We have Rad having a tough time as well. We don't see them here, and I mean, we probably won't see them higher up the board as well. And Rad, 1 point in that one. They started today with 88 points, and I think just with that 1 point, they maybe just got, double digit. It's not the worst, because we've seen them with like single digit points in the day, and we don't want that. Like, not from the team that ranked first in the 3rd week of league play, right?
Yeah. Exactly, and it also looks like based off of this, we know that Rod and ABIAH are definitely going to be kind of swapping back and forth. So first it was ABIAH, it was Rod, then ABIAH, then ABIAH, then Rod. Now it's going to be Rod, then ABIAH, then ABIAH, then Rod, and it's just confusing. Who even knows at this point? But here's our round MVPs as well. Of course, 2 members from RICO Infinity team, SK Ton and Prestigio. So 5 kills for Escaton, 681 damage, 3 kills for Prestigio, and 689 damage. Then Batika from NASR, though, with 5 kills, 617. Of course, they have to go ahead and jump up on to that round MVP as well because of that strong end gameplay for them.
I mean, it was pretty insane. And the side of RICO Infinity, I wouldn't say unlucky. Like they made the rotations through, and we could see the basics. We get to see the glimpse of those, dotting the I's and crossing the T's from boot camp, like all the way down. Like that is how they got 2 chicken dinners last time, and this time you can see it's not shabby at all. So this team is a fear. Like as a force to be feared, like on this map, and of course we didn't have more of that. But to be fair, they have played very well, like all tournament. Like to be fair, like even with the way that Galaxy Racer played that league played, the past 2 days, maybe RICO Infinity has been the most consistent.
I think so. I mean, they first Super Weekend they didn't do too hot, but then since then I feel like they've been in that top 3 pre-consistency, already still in second place, as we can see here. Galaxy, so of course still in that first position, but I think RICO Infinity team, I mean, they're still slowly trying to close that gap, but Galaxy Racer is just also too consistent as well. They're going to keep staying a little bit further ahead. And as you can see here as well, KURD 12 Esports still down in that 6th place position, still got bumped. A lot of these other teams still getting enough points, but still not too much movement. We're still only going to see the majority of movement on the next page. I mean, much to the happiness of these teams, of course, if they can jump anybody, even just one team, that'll be worth it. But it's really the second page where we're going to see the most difference. And I have a feeling we're probably going to see ABIAH on the next page once again.
I mean, yes, quick math says yes, and it wouldn't be wrong. And and momentum is where I say yes every single time, and they somehow found a way in. Like they have the confidence to take certain splits as well, and you can see they try to take care of multiple sides, like when they have that position. So they're not like blindly splitting or like blindly clumping, which is important. Like so, this team is getting down some like important basics, and is amazing to see. Like to be fair, if they continue this way, Triple Vibes can't even keep their spot.
Yeah, they're slowly closing that gap. And now how far of a gap do they have against Ra'ad, though? I mean, they did so well in this last match, being able to stay alive all the way until the end and get a decent amount of kills. And Ra'ad, on the other hand, only getting 1 point. I believe only 1 point. I believe that means 99. Yep, there it is. Ra'ad in 17th place with 99. So that gap is also slowly growing bigger. I mean, still, about 10 points is still achievable in just a singular game, but they really wanted to keep it pretty equal. But unfortunately, I mean, ABIAH just ran away with that Sanhok match, luckily for them.
Yeah, and let's see, because right now with this current like format, Erangel is the only map that allows you to make during day adaptations and quick fixes, and then a little bit of that mind game. Like for other maps, like you need to wake up and then do that again, and then many things just get reset. You can't get recalibrated. Of course, like between matches, like you can like do a fair chunk as well, but man, like it really is playing pass specific, right? Like for now, we can't even reach a conclusion when it comes to how that Southern Island is going to look. Yes, probably uncontested around Novo for SUDOR, but military base, we don't really have an answer yet. So we're going to head on over to a break soon. And you know what? For the first time in forever, I'm going to call this one, and we'll see you guys in a short while. Ooh, can't really say that, but yes, we'll see you soon.
Mr. DJ. Hey,
everybody? Welcome back to PUBG Mobile Pro League Arabia. It is Super Weekend 3, Day 1, and Tarzan and I, Span Cargo, I've had the pleasure of casting. Of course, we got to go ahead and do one last shout out to ABIAH Reno 6 Series. So upgrade performance and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with the brand new ABIAH Reno 6 Series, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2021. I already said how the other casters make fun of me, and it's still very true. But let's go on ahead and talk about this very last game. We're going into Erangel once again. Tarzan, we've already gotten to see 2 already, and we've had 2 different winners for both of those matches, and again, very different endings for both of those matches. Again, what would you like to see going into this last one? I personally would really like to be able to hear you and your response. And
there we
there
go.
There we go. Ah, okay.
There, no problem. I'm back. You know what?
Keeping me
I was
waiting.
going to say, hey, you know what? No problem. I've got a juicy point. I know you're going to like this because I'm terrible once again. Just back to my old nature, right? I want a plain path so far from Milta that Raat needs to adapt again. I want them to find somewhere that is, not too religious when it comes to going back. Like, that's the only plan. We'll go through 3 teams if we need to go back to Milta Power. It doesn't need to be the case. So that is the early game title stuff that we want to see, and maybe also interesting to see how iKURD triple maybe relieve some pressure around them, because it seems like teams want to come in and take some cars away in the early game.
Okay, I am also personally looking forward to seeing maybe a more northern circle this time, because we've gotten the mainland, we got the southern side. Now I kind of want more of a northern circle for myself. Otherwise, I'm not too picky, I feel like. I am curious to see how these other teams are going to go ahead and pull this very last game off for today, and just today. We still have 2 more days after today, but I'm also curious to see who's going to end off in that 16th place, either ABIAH or Raad, of course. So be with their big game last. They do have a little bit of a lead, but if Raad goes on ahead and does well in this last match for today, they could go on ahead and switch it back. And I feel like for the team and their mentality, I feel like they would obviously just want to end off in that 16th place just to be able to go tomorrow feeling a little bit better.
Well, to be fair, ABIAH should always feel slightly better, right? They've got a chicken dinner. They got to feel decently good about themselves, and it's not just that one game, right? They just got a 3rd place as well, and good control from the land that they decided to split around. So those things do factor in a lot, and sometimes not just about how whether you get the points, is how, and that is why we always still have a small question mark when it comes to Raad in their play style. And we are ready very soon to get into this last game, guys, and pretty interesting to find, this playing path once again is actually not as harsh as I want it to be. But you know what, that is just going to be not harsh for one team, but it will add a lot of change, Span, because Georgia Pool is too far, Primos is far, Gatka is far. So around 4 to 5 teams need to go for something different. But by this, we can already know that probably Fate will just go back to Milta, and Raad, no problem going to Milta Power.
Oh man, I see a lot of people jumping immediately on that island. Real Tiger Knight vibes. We see Twisted, we see Lusail, SUDOR, so many teams down there on the military island so far. Otherwise, a lot more people kind of just waiting it out. You're right. There are a bunch of places on that western side that cannot be reached, and maybe they're deciding to just jump right off the bat and grab some outskirt locations. Lusail looks like they'll be happily inside of military base specifically by themselves. SUDOR's going to take Nova as per usual. It looks like everybody else is in fact just trying to stretch as far away as possible, but of course because of this plain path we have no idea where this first circle is going to go until it reveals itself. Oh man, sad. Not a northern one, but still a good one, centering kind of around Pachinki Potato Hill.
Still a good one. I think the interesting segment right here would be those heading towards Georgia Pool or Ruins. You can see YaLLa is just very dedicated to that spot. Lusail is a North Georgia Pool team. They just want to adapt straight away. Don't want to, even force it. And that is at least a basic level of preparation that we want from these teams. Knowing what other enemy teams are in or out of the game, and they can maybe adjust accordingly. YaLLa Esports may need to share some of these, vehicles with multiple teams. Like I could definitely want to get vehicles around those small like island as well. Same for RICO Infinity, they've always got the split that has someone slightly more south, but Real Tiger 9, yep, Kappa Yaxi with some early find right here, because the side of Triple Vibes, just I don't know, like, just is that just the way that they want to play this against someone with a gun?
Oh, no way. Well, it looks like they were able to just seriously hit just 2 shots back and got the knock. Of course, Zeko is also there pulling on up with the vehicle. Looks like he's now just leaving at this point. Probably doesn't realize how many people are over there, so playing it a little bit more safe, he's just going to back on up. That probably means, unfortunately for Kapayaksi, he's probably just going to go ahead and be taken down. I think Triple Vibes at first were leaving until they realized that, okay, now going back to the compound. No, back around. It looks like they haven't decided quite yet. They probably realized that they're much too low to go on ahead and commit to that. And it looks like, yeah, they just kept playing a little bit of chicken, it looked like. Back and forth, back and forth. But Real Tiger 9, if they realize that they left, they should be able to go ahead and get that res on the Oxy there.
Yeah, I think it could be just a mistake, right? Like, why would they not try that? For the Kapayaksi, to be fair, like his position allows the rest of the team to know that he is somewhat safe, and of course it could be a bait, and the team just don't want to force into anything. The rest of the team haven't really gotten any loot or gear, and that could be the reason why. And of course, we talk about this segment here. I really wonder, like, why they love this spot so much. Like, I personally find it so tricky to loot, like, because I just feel so slow. Like, I'm already not that quick, like, but in game or whatnot. But yes, this is a very interesting spot to play. Is the access to the Headshot Hills, I'd say, and maybe to these ruins parts that is extremely important. But I haven't seen them make very controlling, like, domination around that segment, though. Maybe teams know how to not give them, these kills when they play a textbook position, a point that we made earlier, or they just don't make it work. So not quite sure right now, and Cryptics back to their home in Rozok.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and play safely from here. I mean, the zone did go down further to the southern side, but of course that should be a pretty nice rotation coming through from them. I also, not the best at going on ahead and looting around Watertown, because that water does in fact slow it down a tiny bit more, but the location is great. If you're able to go ahead and send a couple people there, maybe split it off with a couple other compounds around that area, like, that is a great place to be able to set up and loot. Definitely if you're able to go on ahead and grab some vehicles as well, though, since there aren't too many that spawn in that area. But it seems like it's been working out for the teams that go around there so far. And now, are we surprised to see Fate and Milta? No, as well. So they also should be able to grab a really nice spot if they just drive over a little bit further towards the west. Yep,
and like, I actually admire this team and the rotation. I mean, not a lot of teams have, the heart to just, hey, it's a very southern circle. We have the whole of Milton, no one to come close yet, but we'll just still get out within 1 minute. Like, it's so tempting to just loot one more thing when you see it, like, it's just right there, like, through that window, the next building. Can't I go with? IGO says no, right? And
no, we gotta go.
Yeah, it's discipline, it's structure, and they found some, not a success, to be fair. Like, the 2 games that they've done that, they won one, and the other one maybe 3rd place. So, the feeling of, the feeling of being a decisive person helps with your confidence, and that makes you feel good. When you feel good, you play better. And so we don't know if sometimes I'm just talking about absolute garbage. Some of them may have some grounds, but we're all humans. We have some experiential learning through all these, right? So SUDOR this time round, I think, should be able to get through with no issue. Like, to be fair, they have not been punished once, I don't think, by crossing that bridge, because, like, Fate is more interested in playing the other side, and they will only come this way when the hardship does come through. So yeah, still a lot of question marks.
Yeah, you're right. They should be able to make a nice cross. It looks like Galaxy Racer also still staying in Pochinki 4 right now. I mean, they still have that center location. This is seriously the center right now. It's either Pochinki or Potato Hill around that area. And it looks like Galaxy Racer is just going to commit to staying in Pochinki for right now. I mean, if they don't have to move, why do so? You know, like getting into Pochinki, I will have to say, is a pretty easy thing to do. Getting in, it's getting out that's a little bit more difficult. So we'll see if they're going to continue to stay here or if they're going to decide to take a compound maybe a little bit further away, maybe those little barns up to the northeastern side, or it seems like they're pretty committed to that area.
Yeah, I mean, usually they just take Pochinki Hill when they get to and play some big 2-2 splits and then always just get more info, then see how they can go into the mid game. To be fair, they've got some of the nuttiest rotations around Pochinki, even though the circle keeps going around it. So you can see the mid circle rotations is key. Like when majority of teams would just say, "Hey, let's just stay. We are good." That is definitely the thing to distinguish lower level players and pro players is they know what it means to still have the circle, in our favor, same position, but if it keeps coming to us, the stakes are completely different. So you just need to adjust. So yes, looking forward to seeing that. Maybe we'll get a Pochinki finish, but you can see triple vibes here. Still, I feel like they're just circling around this side of the map and not having a very established spot. And the fate right here I haven't seen this a lot, but it's about time to maybe make sure that SUDOR don't get an easy entry.
Yeah, they're going to go on ahead and be able to shoot out the tires of one of the vehicles, but the rest of SUDOR instantly grabbing their other vehicles and just continuing on driving. I mean, the rest of Fate did pull closer, but wait a second. SUDOR, some of them are stopping here. They're able to take down one, instantly flushing him out. Almost he gets down Lath as well, but there we go, hitting the deck, laying prone, wanting to make sure he doesn't get hit. This is not looking good for Fate whatsoever, as Asawi also goes down. Lath, no way, goes down too. That means Fate only has one person left, and you can see Ragnarok just driving away in the distance. SUDOR, though, if they hear that vehicle, one of them might just go on ahead and chase it, but it doesn't look like they're going to go on ahead and do so. I mean, they do have one person knocked. They just want to get that res and then potentially just keep going. Or not. They are, in fact, chasing, potentially.
Wow. It's a big rip. It's a half-hearted bridge camp, should we just call it that? You open fire when you feel like you just want to make something happen. The rest of the team just yeet in, thinking that, okay, wow, we're fighting this, okay, but have not thought about this, have not talked about it, did not set a time to do this, and so they just ran away with 3 kills, completely free. That was terrible by Fate Esports.
Yeah, I mean, luckily they still have one person alive so far. Maybe he'll be able to survive a little bit longer into the game, but I don't know if they'll really be able to get any further. Maybe just hold on to their 3rd place position. Meanwhile, KURD squad spotting out RICO Infinity team. RICO Infinity team, they got taken out earlier in the last game, and it looks like it's kind of going to continue to do so, losing one person so far. 2 of them are still alive, but oh man, they're so split apart. We saw that on the mini-map. They're creating a huge triangle basically around KURD squad. They're not together to support each other at all.
Well, tricky. I mean, we talked about these 2 teams liking the northern side, so I can only assume that they know these parts more because it's common that they need to rotate past it, so it's a knowledge thing, right? And RICO Infinity with a pretty good split, to be fair, but not with the numbers advantage. That is the problem. 3v4, but the info is there. Verdan is trying to blow up the vehicles, take away the escape paths and escape options, and that is exactly what you need to do. After that one, they should hop into the car and start going, and SK-Tan is now in. It's time to flank.
He is in fact doing that exactly. There you go. Nas also going on ahead, pulling up with that buggy onto the other side of this hill. They know about where J9 is. If SK-Tan gets close enough, just go ahead and toss a singular nade into that smoke, stop that res that's potentially happening. The heal now going through. Oh man, it does look like he does in fact have a nade. There we go, starting to get it prepped. Oh man, let go of it a little bit too early. It's just going to bounce behind him and explode. So KURD squad's still holding on the very top of this hill. While the rest of RICO, they're trying to have something happen here.
I think it's good attempt, but when SK10 opened fire, it literally just pushed the whole of KURD squad back to the other side. So it's about knowing when to play loud or whatnot. Anas, we talk about car sounds. A little bit too close here, needs to know his limits, and he needs to be even quicker because it starts to look flat, and he will just be quick enough to escape from the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was perfect coming through from KURD squad. They realized that they were surrounded. At that point, you just have to choose a direction to push, especially if you know that there's only one person there. So they just chose to go to the west. They knew there's only one person, and I mean, that forced us to go away, and that's going to be their exit location. But of course, Lusail, oh my goodness, looks like the fighting is not over. RICO Infinity team, excuse me, Real Tiger 9 versus Lusail, the R's at the beginning. ABIAH going to find themselves knocked once again. Ramp is down. It looks like more damage on this. There's just one left for Real Tiger 9. Lusail knows this, trying to push forward, and Zeko is in fact spotted out through the long grass. Real Tiger 9 eliminated just like that. Blink of an eye. Lusail coming out on top with 4 kills.
Well, that is the problem with tempo. Pre-shift, why do you crash into this compound when you have uncontested loot along, Fairy Pier and Primos? There's no need to come in the compound literally 20 seconds before the next shift. Like, why would you do that? Like, if there's a team there, they should be well set up. If they choke, now if you actually get kills, it's them choking. Why do we rely on other teams choking? It doesn't make sense. Like, we know Lusail like to play edge style. We saw them from previous 2 matches going to military base. So if they play slow, they're either still around the bridge crossing or they are around that area. So to come in without any scouting is absolute disrespectful, and that is them. You're just getting punished as they should. Span. Like, I don't want to be so harsh, but that is literally so simple. And to be fair, like before, when the side on KURD 12 was playing around Fairy Pier, they did the same thing, same mistake as well. So when you don't learn from the mistakes, that is a really bad sign for the growth curve of a team.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to go on ahead and be reminded of it once more. Meanwhile, everybody else inside this game are still trying to set themselves up, basically. Ra'ad here once again. We know that we need to keep an eye on them. And right now only one team is out. And wait a second, YaLLa and Galaxy Racer are on top of each other once again. Are we surprised to see this? No, I feel like they really like the same locations up here on the side of this road. And unfortunately for Galaxy Racer, they're kind of lower inside of that bolt. Powerful has a perfect angle on the roof there. But Hamady, really close by, is able to kind of nade him away. This is perfect, honestly, for Galaxy Racer to potentially get out of this sticky situation. But of course, one of these nades has to land first. There we go. That one doing a tiny bit of damage. He's trying to use some defensive smokes now. Oh, but he gets the knock. Okay, let's see. Looks like Freak is going to go on ahead and get a little bit of a trade. Powerful also going on ahead, going down. Oof, now laying on the ground completely. YaLLa D7, he's going to go on ahead and try to do some damage. Doesn't get the knock, and Freak is going to push on over anyway. So YaLLa just slowly being picked apart. Another member, though, is trying to push up. Spots out Hamady. Yusuf is going to be able to do a little bit of damage, but not get those knocks. You see Freak is just slowly trying to heal up at this point, and Yusuf is actually the last person alive. And wait a second. We'll take a look at that little mini map there. I see another color. Another team wants to get involved. And from the angle that they're coming in on, they should be able to see both Galaxy Racer and potentially Yusuf in that. And of course, that is Ra'ad on the other side of the road.
Yes, it's about what that position means, right, Span? Like when we have the new circle. And it's going to slow down both teams because they've been focusing on fighting. So the pre-shift type of scouting and then setup is not quite there. Like, and that's Freak actually already in the bucket early enough. They can play that spot. They can still catch the funnel from the south and southeastern side, but that means they can still get more stabbed because some of these teams can avoid going straight in. That means they can crowd around Potato Hill for the right rotation, and then they have relative high ground to look back down to this ridge. And that is why Galaxy Racer need to get an out pretty soon.
Wait a second. ABIAH is in the center of this next zone once again. Man, yes. They're having the best spots that they're able to pick up. They're in the center of this zone once again. They have that compound that's in the middle of the big forest, basically. This is going to be a great spot for them. Ra'ad, in the meantime, they're directly competing, so they need to get rid of Galaxy Racer, able to do a little bit of damage to Roof, as you can see right there. And then eventually they're going to have to go on ahead and contest ABIAH for that spot. In the meantime, YaLLa Esports will be our second team eliminated from this game. We still have 14 teams alive, though. Still a lot more action ahead of us too many people coming into these next couple zones.
Well, you can see this segment is just a little bit tricky. Like, once you open fire, like, it's so hard to leave your cover, that exact rock or tree, without getting punished. And here comes the bait, ideally, and that is going to almost work out. Not quite there yet. Needs to try again, but definitely push them away. Ra'ad now getting strike from a different angle.
Oh man, at least they're able to go ahead and pick up kills, but there you go. Yeah, you're right, Lusail. I mean, you can see a bunch of people starting to come into play. SUDOR, Lusail now trying to toss out some nades from each other. Wait a second. I believe Carry Boy's kind of out in the open there. Safe didn't spot him, but that nade definitely well. Down goes Carry Boy. The flush coming through as well. They're at the very base of Potato Hill. I believe there's only one person left, but back over to the other fight that is happening. KURD squad trying to push in on that wizard tower against Ra'ad. Sadat goes down. No way. Oh, that vehicle kind of flipping around, but it doesn't matter. It's still going to be the gun that gets the flush. YaLLa Esports eliminated. Delhop instantly in the vehicle to back up, trying to mate up with Desha. Ra'ad doesn't want to go out this early. They know ABIAH is still alive. They've been paying attention to that kill feed, and it looks like J9 has just caught another one.
Wow, like Ra'ad got stuck in between. Like, to be fair, there were so many ways for them to rotate wide and get away. Like, just use this plateau as the backdrop, right? And scout forward, go wide into eastern side. But they lost that whole window by trying to spray something. And now KURD squad is in town, and this is not good for this team. Like, we are expecting so much more. And when you smoke like that, like exactly that is a huge nade magnet. Like, if you just add another one to make sure that they need to make a bigger guess, and that would be easier. But Galaxy Racer isn't having the best time either. We talked about sightlines from NASR, from Potato Hill, and this is where they try to take more kills before they need to move in.
There you go. Clever knows about where Hamady is. Was able to get the knock onto him. Gonna go ahead and clear out that little shack as well. Nobody inside. That nade landed perfectly and no knock came through. Hamady flushed out. That means Freak, Roof, the last two alive for Galaxy Racer. And as you can see, he's looking in both the west and the east. Like, he knows there's a team on either side of him. He keeps looking back and forth. And that is obviously not the best situation you want to be in whatsoever. But taking a look at that mini map, like, where else are they able to go? At this point, there really is no other, like, cover that they can go ahead and rely on. So yeah, oh no, Galaxy Racer are just gonna have to lay prone, just wait at this point.
Well, it's about reset up now. I talk about it all the time. For NASR, right now, teams will get funneled to either the Potato Hill or the more other compound ABIAH is holding. That is on the opposite side, on northeastern. So if NASR wants to control this continuously, it's about spreading out along like that bottom left segment to make sure that they get info both on north and something from their current spot. If they don't do that, it's free real estate. They can share this hill with someone else when they don't want to. Nabo is trying to cash that one. That is the needed adjustment coming through based on the macro from this spot. They want to push people away for as far as possible, to the point that they need to force them to fight a little bit, then move a little bit again, find an extra angle to strike. They don't want anyone to share that ground.
Wow, and at this point, there's a lot of teams kind of on top of each other. We can see that another team, I mean, Twisted Minds getting knocked out by Falcons. Entirely different team. J9 for KURD squad still holding on. Same with Galaxy Racer. I mean, SUDOR, they're going to want to be pushing over to get involved very shortly. In the meantime, RICO Infinity team, unfortunately, eliminated right after triple vibes. Oh, wait a second. We knew that this was going to be a kill zone, and it is, in fact, becoming that. 9 teams left alive. FalconsEsport spotting out even more people to try and take shots at, as man, Twisted Minds, like, a lot of them are just having to run in at this point. Some of them have vehicles, others are just forced to be running on the by foot.
Maybe setting up the backdrop, you know, just baiting some shots after a 2 got sent in. It's about the rest to maybe pay some spoiler, but it will be a little bit of a stab from behind. SUDOR has that idea as well, got entry points established, but when the rest of the team is still definitely on spoiling and fragging duty. Falcons got a different plan. They want to all go in, but will that be easy?
It shouldn't. We can see KURD Squad will be eliminated first of all, and now SUDOR Esports, they should be getting interested in what's happening over here. There we go, spotting out Bumpa, gonna go on ahead and just yoink that kill really quickly. Another point for them. They have 7 at this point. Galaxy Racer still just crawling, trying to survive. That blue zone directly on Roof as he's trying to make a move. Twisted Minds hasn't spotted him in just yet, but of course, that's not gonna stop Roof from moving. SUDOR from trying to peek on over, and Falcon Esports trying to take down Twisted. I'm a little bit surprised that they did go so aggressively against Twisted instead of going for a more secure location such as ABIAH or something else. But Cryptics on the northern side will also fall to iKURD triple. And there's just so many placements, so many people around these edges because that center point is still, it's not playable.
Is extremely hard. Like, there's a few trees, and I think there's still just a little bit on that eastern side. So right now, it will be NASR to get maybe a 2-2, maybe 1 to catch like more south, 1 to catch more north, and 2 to establish spots already in there. This is the game for them to win and lose, no matter how you want to say it. That is going to be the Lords of PUBG being on their side. Maybe 2 chicken dinners today, just based on landscape analysis. Falcons still on this other side, didn't get punished slightly earlier. ABIAH's trying to strike.
Oh, there we go. Yep, ABIAH has decided to leave their compound. It is no longer a great space to be, especially because this zone pulled all the way down to the southern side, and obviously they want to play the edge. They want to go ahead and clear that edge as they push on in, make sure nobody's playing there. And wow, just looking over there, they could see so many people. Twisted Minds, Falcons, SUDOR, Galaxy Racer, so many people. One of them goes down. They need to go ahead and try to get that res into YaLLa as fast as possible, but it honestly might not even be possible, especially because iKURD triple is also kind of taking some shots towards them from the northwestern side. There we go. It looks like at this point, Clever. I mean, excuse me. Who was that? Oh man, I don't even remember.
It's tricky.
I was gonna say Falcons. There we go. Oh no, it was Falcons, and they just got taken out.
Oh, I mean, that site is just so hard to play. Like, even right now, you can see NASR play that position for as long as possible now, come in to join the party. And Raouf as a solos is causing so much disruption.
Still alive somehow, you're right. And I mean, both Twisted Minds has not been able to turn around whatsoever and try focusing on a different team because of this. I mean, albeit like ABIAH decided not to push as aggressively as I expected, and that's giving Twisted Minds the opportunity to take out Roof, but I'm surprised by both, that Roof is still alive and that ABIAH isn't pushing Twisted Minds.
It's just really smart. I mean, the IGL's needing to play that solo game. His aggressive smoke, stop the ridge, like stop the peak to come through, keep rotating along the ridge line, and go wide so the nades can't come in. And like solo players, you know, 101, that's brilliant. But Twisted Minds are down to that one player after all. It's the other side, and that is NASR saying that is go time.
Oh my goodness, I feel like Batika is always in a buggy just starting the fight. He ran over another person to start that fight. Like, that's seriously his job, I feel like. Get in a buggy, drive around, run over the enemy, and immediately take out that team. That is a great positioning for SUDOR down there on the southern side, still with all 4 members alive as well. I meant NASR by that, by the way. And also up to the northern side, ABIAH, I still think is playing a little bit too passively up there.
Well, and wait, yeah, no other choice, right? They just need to keep nading, hoping that he will take out another one, but the circle won't be on their side, so maybe 1v1 on this, but ABIAH needs to withstand the pressure from NASR.
I'm surprised they didn't decide to push up on top of this hill while NASR was fighting SUDOR. Instead, they let NASR go ahead and take down SUDOR, retake their position, and now all eyes are on ABIAH. They know that there's somebody up to their northern side, especially with that smoke definitely pinpointing their exact location. A huge nade coming through, getting a knock onto 2 of the members. That means HUD is the last one alive. ABIAH needed to not be as passive as they were on this northern side. They needed to be just a bit more aggressive and push. And of course, who's in the buggy trying to run him over? None other than Batika. Once again, gonna take out HUD, and that is it for ABIAH. Man, and of course, oh no, but wait, spotted out Batika. ABIAH Esports is going to be eliminated, and now it's down to 3 teams left, 2 of which are actually solos for Galaxy Racer and Twisted Minds.
Wow. I mean, if they win this as solos, I have no words. It shouldn't be possible based on how NASR's been playing, right? Like, they should be very calculated. Like, they kept the numbers there as well. Like 4 of them alive, 12 kills so far, and man, they are going to shoot up the leaderboards. Like after all, is about getting those money as well and making sure that they are playing in their best form, and that is them trying to get this one. Both solos got a spot in the circle very soon. Would that be a bit too late to grab that one? Yes, it actually will be. So that can actually be very, very hard. Another quick, sneaky not plus spray. It will become a 1v1v2.
I would have been a little bit nervous to go on ahead and stick that res anyway, because that none of the smoke that was tossed over there was on top of them. Wade from Twisted Minds could have still just peeked on over. And interesting. Okay, so there we go. Looks like Wad's going to be able to go on ahead and do a bit more damage. Miracle being taken down to below half HP, but instantly being able to heal on up. And NASR, I mean, they're playing this exactly how they need to be. They're playing on all of the edges, just waiting for these last 2 souls to come on in, but it looks like Galaxy Racer will spot out Twisted Minds member first. Oh, no. But because of it, Navo is spotting him out. Galaxy Racer surprisingly able to stay alive until that 3rd place position. Got the points, but of course not the win, as now it's going to go straight towards NASR Esports after taking down the very last solo as well.
What a great comeback. Amazing. They missed the last Super Weekend. Came in. It's not even close. They took these chicken dinners like it's nothing. Like it's cookie and just like ate it all. Like didn't even chew it, just swallowed it all. And amazing work by this team. And that is what we remember them for.
Very true. So I think that they played that exactly how I remember. Batika going around with that buggy, though. Like, come on. And I mean, it's been working, though. Until the very end, they're just caught out by the solo. Didn't know where he was there. But Batika always opening it with the buggy. It's been working so far. And I feel like maybe people need to start recognizing that and figuring it out so it doesn't happen to them once again. Especially now that this was the conclusion of our day 1 for the Super Weekend. But let's go ahead and take a look at that match rankings for this past one.
14 kills, 29 points, and that is a beautiful one. And to be fair, it was important for Twisted Minds as well, like because they were a little bit lost after week 1. They have this very good aggressive style as well, and with their IGL, of course, like Kato's just so experienced and been winning too many PMCOs, too good to not be recognized, and the team now really showing up as well. Like this day 1 in this 3rd week is so much better than week 2 in Super Weekend. But ABIAH Esports got 13 points as well. Like that means Ra is in terrible shape. Like just comparatively, that's nothing to compare. Like 13 points here, got a chicken dinner today, got a 3rd place today. What else do you need from the squad? They are coming back strong.
I mean, ABIAH like understands the assignment, you know. Meanwhile, we're on there in that 14th place position, only got another singular point. I mean, ABIAH Esports was already like 10 points ahead, and it looks like they just went on ahead and increased that distance even more. They do not want to be in that 17th place spot. They at least want to be in 16th, if not already jumping triple vibes. I'm not quite sure though. We'll have to wait until that overall. But of course, before we get there, got to go ahead and take a look at the MVPs, see who did well in this last match. I think we can know who's going to do it. Yep, there we go. Batika up there with the 5 kills, 747 damage. Hassan also up there for NASR with 4 kills, 672. And then Wade 3 there with the 4 kills, 687 for Twisted Minds. I mean, he ended up doing a lot for his team all the way until the very end, playing as a solo.
Yeah, I think they did what they had to do there. Sometimes in that type of circle, that if you try to keep everyone alive, then you just don't clear enough pressure on your side, and then you just don't even get to survive. So they made the trade when it's needed, and they got into top 3 when it comes to placement. It's just pretty well done from that team, like playing off that key position. But this game was all about NASR. It's about us trying to spot out what they've been doing and what they could have been stalling, right? We talked about reset up, we talk about the timing of all that stuff, and they actually made it work. Like not every time do we see a team be given the circle, enough times and actually made it in their favor.
Well, they just understood what they needed to do as well. They had the positioning, and then they knew that there was somebody to their south and to their north, and they went on ahead and took care of one, and then turned around and took care of the other. But of course, it's not going to land them on that first page just yet. Instead, Galaxy Racer is still going to be holding on to that top spot. RICO Infinity is going to end in second as well, then Fate. And it looks like, wait a second, yeah, it looks like Twisted Minds is going to be jumping up into that 6th place position. iKURD Triple Esport, not inside of this last Super Weekend, started in 5th, now down to 7th. Oh, excuse me. No, KURD 12 Esports is who it is. And all the way down in that 8th place position now. iKURD Triple Esports jumping them as well. So they start in 5th down to 7th with that 248 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's expected, right? Like, to be fair, to still be able to be on that first page, not having played this one, is actually pretty impressive. So they've done enough in the past, heavily relying on rotation. It's not wrong, like, for placement points to be, it's just kind of the older style. Like, we want to see the aggression. That's really where you need to get some points when the circle is just not great to you at all. NASR, a good bounce off because SUDOR basically surpassed them after playing last week's Super Weekend, and NASR joining them once again and say, don't you dare surpass me. 30 points to bump themselves up. And that is, hey, look at that. Having played one fewer Super Weekend, they are just 4 points behind YaLLa Esports.
YaLLa Esports haven't been having a great time either, and we can also see Triple Vibes today didn't provide to get too many points for the team as well with 121 points. ABIAH Esports playing so well. They're only a couple points away. They have 119 points. They're 2 points away from going on ahead and jumping Triple Vibes as well. They've already went on ahead and jumped Ra'ad as well now with 100 points. They're 21 points ahead of Ra'ad to set themselves up for the last 2 days of the Super Weekend continuing tomorrow.
A bit mad. Like, Ra'ad got 12 points today, I believe. Like, we started with 88 if my brain serves me correctly, but it's just pick kind of any day. Like, we have maybe 5 games in a bowl, and you just try to lucky draw out of the points that the side of ABIAH got today. It's a very high chance that you can just pick any ball and you've got more points than Ra'ad had all day. Like, it's 12 points that they got. Like, you just pick 3 out of those 5 matches, I believe ABIAH got more points than that. And so that really shows the bounce, and we would need to come back and look at more stats. We love doing some numbers crunching, but man, Span, that was a good day one. A bit messy, but in the good way.
Oh, definitely. Every single game provided us a little bit of a different aspect of what these teams are capable of. And of course, that was only day 1 of this very last Super Weekend. There's still 2 days left, so it's continuing tomorrow, same time and place. Instead of me, it is going to be back with DK and Tarzan. So I'll catch you guys sometime later. But otherwise, that is it for today's games. Super Weekend will only get tenser from here. Which top 16 teams are going to continue to the finals? We'll just have to wait and see. Otherwise, that is it for us. Is there anything else you want to say, Tarzan, before I close this out?
Wow. Not really. Just rest up once again. It's for the well-being of all these players. After all, I think my heart goes towards them. Like, when it comes to this side, it's long, it's hard, and you've been a player yourself. You know how it's going the ups and downs of the emotions as well with the results, and a lot of the internal stuff can really just tear you apart. I hope they can just head towards the right direction, because things can be fixed. And if you've just people have done therapy and different type of stuff, and people can tell you just scientifically based on experience, things can be fixed if both parties wish to. And hopefully we'll see a better day for all these teams.
Yep, hopefully it starts tomorrow as well, because some teams are going to need it. So without further ado, that is going to be it for us for today. Continue on watching to see what happens tomorrow, and we'll catch you guys later. Have a good one.
Mr. DJ.
Like this.
Yeah.